I guess we'll get our meeting called to order for our public hearing. In the absence of Josh as vice chair, I will conduct the meeting tonight. Our public hearing is on the Virginia Uniform State Building Code, the Virginia State Fire Prevention Code, and the Erosion and Sediment Control Program. And Chris, do you have anything that you need to say or want to say or speak on this, or?
Please, that might
Probably.
pick up.
So the microphone will pick you up.
That way we got a good TV recording of you.
Well, there's a lot of changes has come about, and they're all geared toward safety and energy efficiency, and this is the book of the significant changes. A lot of it's stuff that's added, that's new products. It's home, what's that thing called, where, you know, your Alexas and all that, controlling all these switches and stuff. They gotta be, your house has gotta be wired a little different to make all that stuff work properly without being a fire hazard. A lot of it's basic stuff, some of it's gonna cost people a little bit more toward building a house, but it's gonna be far safer. The state pretty well mandates that the county adopt a new code every 3 years. Now, what you can do, you can add in the appendix in it. The only appendix that I was going to recommend to add, the state has already taken it in section R333. It's the tiny house appendix. So if a citizen wants to build a tiny house now, there's laws governing exactly how you can build that per code. And the rest of it, the straw hay bale construction and all that, I don't see a need of us adopting anything like that at this point. But if the need arises, we can come back to the board at any time and ask the board to consider approving one of the other appendices. On the permit fee schedule, spoke with Larry, and there's a couple of changes that I mentioned. One was the swimming pool. They had the same price for the in-ground and the above-ground swimming pool, and I told Larry it was a little too high, in my opinion, for an above-ground swimming pool, because just need to make the one inspection. So I asked him if we could make that the minimum inspection fee of $20.40, and he thought that would be a good idea. And the other one was, they had in there, we'd never done it, but they had in the fee schedule about home inspections. It's illegal for the county, since the county operates the building inspection program, to also do a private home inspection. Plus, you'd have to have errors and omissions insurance, and you'd be setting up the county for liability if you did such a thing. So that's all that I had.
Do we have anybody that's called in?
Will is on the line now, but not yet.
Oh, okay.
Do we need to, did we give the phone number out?
No. The phone number for calling in for making any kind of public comment anytime during our public comments tonight is 276-333-0357. Are there anyone in the audience here to speak on this or got a comment on this first public hearing that we have?
I make a motion we close public hearing.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move and second to close public hearing, and I need to do a roll call vote. So I will ask Ms. Willis her vote.
Aye.
And Rhonda's not here. Josh is not on the phone yet. Ron, you're?
Aye.
And I as well. Okay. According to the time, it's time for 5:30 for our second public hearing, in which I will call that to order. And it is on the establishment of county election districts and precincts and to establish polling places within such precincts. If you would like to call in, the number is 276-333-0357. Kayla, are you here to speak anything on that?
Just if you all have any questions,
Okay.
it's in the sole decision of the board if they vote to. This is just to bring Longsport back. We
Okay.
will separate out the Ridge precinct into 2 precincts as opposed to the 1. It's the only thing this will do.
Okay. Ms. Willis, you have anything that you want to comment on?
No, but I think you should read the public hearing notice.
Okay,
So that-
I can read that.
The public will know what we're doing.
Okay. The Dickinson County Board of Supervisors on July 27th, 2021, at the Dickinson Center for Education and Research located at 818 Happy Valley Drive, Clintwood, will hold a public hearing at 5:30 p.m. to receive public comment concerning the adoption of the amended ordinance providing for the establishment of county election districts and precincts and to establish polling places within such precincts pursuant to Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Virginia and Section 15.2-1211 and 24.2-304(1) of the Code of Virginia of 1950 as amended. The amended ordinance will make the following change. The current Ridge voting precinct located in the Kennedy election district would split into 2 separate voting precincts. Ridge voting precinct located at 119 Omaha Sunset Road. Longsport voting precinct located at the new Dickinson County Food Bank building at 1286 Browning Hollow, Clintwood, Virginia at Longsport. The current Ridge voting precinct will be split into 2 separate voting precincts, returning Longsport voters to their historic voting place at the new Dickinson County Food Bank building at 1286 Browning Hollow, Clintwood, Virginia at Longsport, while allowing the voters at the historic Ridge precinct to continue to vote at their Ridge voting precinct at 119 Omaha Sunset Road. A copy of the proposed ordinance may be inspected and obtained in the county's administrative office at the Dickinson Center for Education and Research in Clintwood, authorized by Larry Barton, Dickinson County Administrator. And
I've been 2 years trying to get this done, and the governor's had a hold on it, that we couldn't split it, and he finally released that hold, and we're going through the process of getting Longsport back, and I've got some here probably wants to speak. Freddie or Karen may want to speak on it, because they're coming to the Ridge now to vote.
My name is Freddie Mullins, and I live at 163 Wells Lane, Clintwood. That's in the Kennedy district, and I'd like to be able to vote at Longsport. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no comments, any more comments, I'll make a motion, or if you like to, Shelby.
Anybody else got a comment on the Ridge voting precinct?
we have
and the
anyone that's
Longsport.
called in?
No.
Okay.
Not
Anyone?
trying to take it from you, Shelby, because this is
Oh,
important to you.
well then I make a motion that we go ahead and close the public comment if there's no other comment.
I will second it.
We're in favor, but
Okay, we have a moving second to close the public hearing, and we'll do roll call vote. Ms. Willis, your vote? Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
John, Mr. Peters?
yes.
And I also. Okay,
Karen, thank you all and Freddie for coming out, cause we appreciate it. Maybe we'll get you back out there to vote pretty soon. It make it so much more convenient for everybody.
oh, okay, it's not time for the other one.
Yeah, I didn't think there'd be.
No, no. and it is on the Dickinson County Behavioral Health Services fiscal year 2022 performance contract. The Dickinson County Board of Supervisors will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, July 27th at 5:45 p.m. in the second floor conference room at the Dickinson Center for Education and Research, Clintwood, Virginia, to receive public comment regarding the Dickinson County Behavioral Health Services fiscal year 2022 performance contract as authorized by Larry Barton, Dickinson County Administrator. And Kevin, do you have anything to speak on this? And the number for the public to call in is 276-333-0357.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Did you
Yes.
pass those around to them?
Teresa's actually given out
Yes, Will is on.
just a little thing I typed up for you. I think last year Rhonda had some questions kind of in regards to what Dickinson County Behavioral Health Services does. So what I did is just did a little synopsis of our how we were founded and kind of what services we actually provide. And then also the numbers of consumers that we serve in the county. So as you can kind of see on the second page of that little bitty report, we ended up serving almost 2,000 consumers last year, and that was during COVID, when it was a time when a lot of those services had to be done, over the telephone. So based on the latest census population, that's a pretty good chunk of the county that we end up serving. So I think behavioral health has done an excellent job for many, many years, long before I ever took over as director, for making do with the funding that we get. We are the smallest serving board in the county, or in the state of Virginia, and of course by that we have the smallest budget. So what you're going to be voting on this evening, it's very routine. It is what the state asked for, a matching fund from the county. And it's based off of a percentage of some state funds that we get. So we don't ask for a whole lot every year. It's a little over $200,000, but for that $200,000 investment, we provide about $4.5 million worth of services to the county. And that is in the form of direct services to consumers, and then through employees that we have here that all work and live within the county here. So about 50 employees and 5 part-time employees is what we actually employ currently. So I'm just here mainly if y'all got any questions in regards to our service or about this budget for this performance contract or anything. And if not, I'll sit down and shut up.
I just have a comment to make. I heard some people talking, and I happened to be in beside the Mexican restaurant, about the pool. How good it was being run, and how much they enjoyed it. And I made a visit down there, and my niece is working down there, and I just want to commend you and your staff on the job that you have done running the Bear Creek swimming pool. It is been, I look at your Facebook page, and the activities that you have provided for our young people and for others has been really wonderful. And I want to commend you and your staff for the job that you have done at the Bear Pen swimming pool, also for this.
Yeah.
When I look down there, when I see mental health, helping people with mental health, that is just as important as your physical health. And we do have a great, it would be very stupid of me to say that most people, and myself included, suffer with some kind of, some people, which I would say a lot, of mental distress. And I appreciate your staff and the efforts you do to help our citizens.
Well, I appreciate that, Ron, and I will pass that along to staff. We have, we did decide to take on the Bear Pen pool. We did that for the county a few years ago, back 10 or 12 years ago. I think we did it about 3 years or so. And I know in talking with Larry before, he was having a lot of trouble getting someone that was willing to run the pools. So I approached our prevention staff and just asked them if they would be interested. And they, for 100%, they're the ones that deserve the credit for how it's run. They've done an excellent job down there. We have used it kind of as a prevention platform. So we have done lots of engagement with kids down there. They have actually done community engagements with well over 2,000 people this summer down there because they've been able to keep track of it. You know, as Larry can attest to it from looking at previous years, it's kind of a money pit. So I've lost a whole lot of money on it. But when I go down there and see the kids smiling
Yeah.
and when we're teaching swimming lessons, and Andrew back here is one of our chief swimming instructors, and when I go down there and look at the smiles on those kids' face, then the dollar signs kind of go out of my head for a little while. But we appreciate that, and I will pass that along to staff.
And Andrew Rose was working the day I was down there, and then he was working. And I just think it's a wonderful thing. You have things up about suicide, drugs, and it's just been, it's the first time, I think, that and I inspected that pool for years. It's the first time I think that it's been, I know it's not a moneymaker, but it has been very successful, and I thank you. I think we all thank
Again,
you.
it's all
I
our
do too. I
prevention
think
staff.
it's a money maker in the lives of our children.
Yes.
And that's what I look at. And
Yes.
I'm just glad because it gives them an outdoor activity. And we really cherish that you took this on. It's a good partnership.
Yeah. It has been so far. We won't even talk about next year yet. We'll wait till the end of summer before we even talk about next year.
Well, I hope it works out.
I see Larry, I can almost see the gears turning in his head every time we talk about it, but we'll wait till the end of summer and then we'll approach that.
I'll help. I'm on that
You'll help on
committee.
that, okay.
If that's all, I will take my seat. But again, this performance contract is very routine. It's the agreement that we basically sign for the state every year, telling them what services we'll provide and what levels of services we provide, and then it has to do with our budget. So it's really a pretty routine document that we get the county to sign every year. So with that, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, y'all do an excellent job.
I'd ask again if anyone's out there,
Yes.
because we started early.
Yeah. If anyone is listening or watching the live feed, the telephone number to call in for public comment is 276-333-0357. Still don't have anyone online? Okay.
If no one objects, I'll make a motion, we close public comment.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a move and second to close public comment and the public hearing of the Dickinson County Behavioral Health Service Fiscal Year 2022 performance. Roll call vote, Ms. Willis,
Aye.
Ms. Sluss,
Yes.
and Mr. Peters,
Yes.
and I also. Okay. We'll wait just a couple minutes before we start this last one,
That way.
regular time. Okay, it is 5:55, which is the time for our last public hearing, and I will now call it to order. And it is a public hearing on the boundary line adjustment for the town of Clintwood. The Dickinson County Board of Supervisors will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, July 27th at 5:55 PM in the second floor conference room at the Dickinson Center for Education and Research, Clintwood, Virginia, to receive public comment regarding the proposed boundary line adjustment for the town of Clintwood to include property in deed book 465, page 448, and deed book 460, page 42, near the end of Jackson Street to incorporate into the town limits, which was authorized by Larry Barton, Administrator. And the number, if anyone is listening that wants to call in, is 276-333-0357. And do we have anyone in the audience to speak on this, at this time?
Hello, everyone. My name is James Andrew Rose, Andy to my recent friends. I am the current resident of the property in question. I'm speaking on behalf of the property owner. Since its construction in 1978, it was considered as a town property, taxed at the town rate, voted in town elections, bought town stickers. After a recent appointment to a town board, it was identified that it is not in the town. So we're simply asking you for favorable consideration to validate the past 43 years of existence and annex it into the town of Clintwood.
So do you get your tax ticket from the town of Clintwood?
We pay
To
town
the
rates.
town of Clintwood for your taxes?
Yes,
I mean, you get them from the county, but it's in the corporation, correct?
yes.
And you've been paying it how long?
The house was constructed in 78.
Well, it's not in the corporation, is that right?
correct.
You
It's
want it
just
to
so
be in the
many,
corporation.
it's so many feet out, isn't it?
I see the
The
drawing.
structure is not in the corporation limits. A portion of the property is, but we've been paying town taxes on the entire property since 1978. So we're asking to annex the entire property into the town.
I just found out about it.
I was placed on a board,
Oh, you found out about it.
yes. And then it was brought to the attention that the,
We've had similar things between the two counties where they, you know, someone thought they were in Clintwood or in Dickinson paying taxes and then found out they really lived in Buchanan and vice versa. So it wasn't the first time this has happened,
understood.
yeah.
We're not redrawing county lines and we're just.
No, I know.
Just
and I
requesting that
understand.
the board approve the town's annex.
Let's see why we have to do.
Is part of your land in the corporation and the house isn't? Is that what it is?
Correct. Correct.
What about that?
Is that the reason for two different deed books and page numbers?
There's a second property owner who has a tiny portion of her property. It's, I mean, a couple hundred square feet. She's requesting just to include that, so
Oh, okay.
all of her property would be included. She's a neighbor.
Okay.
The town have any comments on that?
Calvert Bone Town Council, I was the one that appointed Mr. Rose to the board and to our finding that it, wasn't inside the corporation limits. Like Mr. Rose alluded to, the town has no objection, that's why it's.
And that's all I was
Yeah,
looking
no,
for,
we're
I'm
good.
good.
Yeah, no.
I that's just trying to cover all angles and we've got it covered.
And Ms. Wilder is the other landowner, what Mr. Rose was alluding to. She's been traveling back and forth, she's got a family member that's kind of under the weather, so that's where she would be here. The town did call her and ask her if she wanted to be exempt or to be included in on this, because just a sliver of her property as well sits outside, and she asked for all of her property to be inside the corporation limits for the thing. And to where Mr. Rose lives at. He's kind of landlocked because, the town provides water, sewer, and garbage pickup. There's no way, the county doesn't have a truck small enough to, get his garbage.
We don't wanna have to pay you back all those taxes either.
Simple solutions is what we're requesting.
But we thank you all for your consideration.
Yeah, Why, they've been paying the town, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
the
but
town.
see, they're paying,
How many taxes did you collect? Maybe we want our divvy on that. I'm joking.
Well,
no,
just since 1978.
I'm just teasing, I'm not serious with that.
Yeah.
see, he could request.
He could
it
request his money back too.
Yep, he could request his money back from the county,
I don't think he will, but.
not if we vote to put him in.
Okay, do we have any other comment, any calls? Okay, it is 6 o'clock, ready to start our regular meeting, so I need to entertain a move and second to close this
I'll
public
make a
hearing.
motion, we close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move and second, roll call vote, Ms. Willis,
Aye.
Ms. Sluss, Mr. Peters,
Aye.
and I also. Okay, it is now 6:01, time to call our regular meeting to order. I'd like to state that our clerk, Ms. Lyle, 4 of our board members is present along with our county administrator, and that Josh Evans is electronically attending the meeting, as well as our county attorney is attending by phone. Pursuant to 2.2-3708.2 of the Code of Virginia, we have a quorum present. Then we need to ask both of them to state their name and be recognized that they're on the line. Mr. Evans, are you present?
Madam Chair, I am. This is Josh Evans, and I'm in the island of Turks and Caicos.
Okay, and Mr. Sturgill, are you present?
I'm present as well, and I'm appearing electronically, and I'm down in North Carolina.
Okay. All right, I believe that's all that he had sent me an email that I need to do. So our next order, is that all I need to do, Mr. Sturgill?
That is correct. That's all we had to do to make it all legal.
Okay, thank you. And we will go to prayer, and Mr. Barton, do you care to lead us in prayer?
Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we're just so thankful for this, another day of life that you've given us, Lord. Dear Lord, we just pray that you be over our meeting, Lord. Just watch over us as we take care of the county's business, dear Lord. Just pray for all those that are traveling, not able to attend in person, Lord. You'll keep them safe, Lord. Just be with our county and be with everyone. Pray that everyone continues to be well, Lord. It's all these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. And I will ask if Mr. Peters will lead us in the pledge, and
If
I'll
everyone will
stand.
stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item 3 is the approval of our minutes from our June public hearing and our regular meeting in the month of June. Are there any corrections, anything?
We've got
needs-
to add item 20A on there. I noticed it's an addition.
Okay, does that go before the approval of the minutes or at the agenda?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we was doing the agenda.
I'll make a motion, if no objections, we approve the minutes.
Okay. And second?
I'll second it.
All right.
I'm sorry, I thought we was gonna approve. the
Oh, that's
agenda.
perfectly fine. And roll call vote, Ms. Willis,
Aye.
Ms. Sluss,
Aye.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
and Mr. Peters,
Aye.
and I also. Okay, moving down to number 4, the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Jonah Baker also called me that he has a different appointment this afternoon, and he asked me to go ahead and take him off the agenda also. It's number 10.
All right,
Take number 10 off.
He's going somewhere else this afternoon.
okay.
Okay. We need to add 20A on there.
Yes, we have a 20A. Madam Chair, we would like to add 20A, approval of legal invoice, and then 20B, Starlink.
Okay.
And also in closed session, under A1 personnel, we'd like to add a 4, all departments.
Okay.
And under B2, economic development, we'd like to add a 2, economic prospect.
Okay. And then,
We're moving those ones.
yes,
And then on the, in the interest of not, I know some of the folks out there are here to see certain things adopted tonight. We're gonna move the adoption up. Where were we gonna put that? Of
next, 5,
these things we had the public hearings on. Number 6,
yes,
Make that
so they'll
5.
move up to 6.
number 5.
Number 5, I mean,
Yes.
so.
Now, what are you gonna do?
You know, on the back, number 24, we'll move those to number 5.
And just get the vote done on them now.
That way the folks don't have to stay here through the whole meeting. If they're fine if you want to, but I'm trying to help.
Okay, I need a move and second to approve our agenda by moving item number 24 up as item number 5, adding on other business a 20A legal fees invoice, and B Starlink, and adding to closed session under section 1 personnel, number 4 all departments, and under section B, number 2 economic prospect.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move in second and roll call vote. Ms. Willis
Aye.
and Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Mr. Evans
Yes.
and Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I also. Okay, now we will move to number 5, which is the, do we need to do these individual votes?
Yes.
You will
Okay.
have to do them
Yes,
individually.
okay. Our first public hearing was the Virginia Uniform Statewide Building Code and the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code and the Erosion and Sediment Control Program Ordinance.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we adopt those codes.
Okay? Second?
Second.
Excuse me, just one question. I'm sorry I was late, but they're not increasing the building permits, are they?
No.
Okay, good.
Reduce
All right.
some of them.
He said there was just some changes that was coming down that we had to include in that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Did you vote, Shelby?
I didn't call. She
Okay.
seconded it. Roll call vote. Ms. Willis?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I as well. Now, and B, the adoption establishment for the county election districts and precincts, and to establish polling places within such precinct ordinance, which is moving the, and opening back up the Longs Fork voting precinct.
I make a motion that we adopt the election districts that was
I'll
and
second it.
establish it.
Okay, we have a move and second to adopt that. Ms. Willis, how do you
Aye.
vote?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I as well. Our third one, C, Dickinson County Behavioral Health Services Fiscal Year 2022 Performance Contract. And need a move and second on that?
I make a motion that we approve the behavioral health service fiscal year 2022 performance contract.
I
Okay,
will second that.
okay, we have a move and second, and Ms. Willis,
Aye.
Ms. Sluss,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Mr. Peters,
I'll abstain because I'm actually on the board of directors for the Behavioral Health Board.
and I as well. Number D, the fourth hearing, the boundary line adjustment to allow the town to annex the two properties. Need a move and second on that?
Make a move that we allow the town to annex this property.
Second.
And I have a move and second. Roll call vote. Ms. Willis?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I as well. Mr. Sturgill, Josh has just sent me a text and asked, do we have to do roll call vote where he's online? But we do, don't we?
Yeah, I just saw that too. It's technically not required under the code, but at the same time, I think I would certainly recommend it because that way it's much clearer for public participation and for them to hear, and also for just to make sure that we got the votes correctly done.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I hate to slow everything up, Peggy, the reason I asked that is I can be sure to vote last, and if you want to do that, or you just do it however you want. I just hated to slow everything down that way. That was my fault.
Okay, then.
Well, and ultimately, it really doesn't matter. Under the Virginia code, there's not a requirement that.
I like roll call votes myself.
Well, I think Peggy checked with Will beforehand, didn't you, Peggy? He recommended it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
Okay, we're moving on now to item number 6, which is the county administrator's report. We will ask Mr. Barton to give us that report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the financial report for the month of June. And for our general county fund for the month of June, our revenue was $4,128,340 with expenditures of $892,881. Year-to-date, revenue $27,881,638. Expenditures $27,770,195. For our local coal and gas road improvement fund for the month of June, revenue was $219,866. Expenditures $123,737. Year-to-date revenue was $3,178,968. Expenditure was $2,636,639. And for our E911 fund for the month of June, revenue was $20,061. Expenditures was $70,967. Year-to-date revenue $473,879. Expenditures $608,993. Does anyone have any questions on this report?
So the public may understand that we balanced the budget with an excess surplus.
We did. We had about $111,000 surplus in our general county fund at year end.
It's in that revenue vote that we got tonight.
I just wanted the public to be aware that the budget was balanced. I knew that it was, that we balanced the budget and had the excess.
Balanced budget.
Pardon me?
The state requires you have a balanced budget.
That's true, but I want them to know we did. Unlike the federal government.
Okay, hearing no further comments on the county administrator's report, I will entertain a motion for this in a second.
I'll make a motion, we accept his report as read.
Okay, we have a move and second, and I'll do roll call, and Josh, I will put you on the end so that you'll know. So Ms. Willis?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Peters?
Aye.
And I, and for myself, and Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, moving on down the line to our expenditures, in which I will also give that to our administrator, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. For our expenditures for the month of June in the general county fund, with our accounts payable, payroll, and other expenditures, we had a total of $791,447.36. The enhanced E911 fund was $70,966.88, and the coal and gas road improvement fund $2,177.61. And lastly, we have the Federal CARES Act of $187,826.27.
Okay. Any comments?
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
I'll second the motion.
Moving second, Ms. Willis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
And Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I as well, and Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Okay. Moving down to item number 8, to the American Rescue Plan funding. I will also turn that over to Mr. Barton.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. In your board packets under item 7, where we change our numbers, is going to be, we have one new request this meeting that I wanted to share with the board. This is from the Dickinson County PSA. If you'll see on the second page in that, there's a summary. It's printed in landscape. There's 2 invoices for legal fees in there. And then there is 2 invoices for Sam's Club and 1 invoice for Chattakim. Total request is $2,898.67. And of course, upon reviewing these invoices and things, we always go through any requests that's received. The legal had to do with work that's been done on some changes with the COVID plan, mask requirements, incentives, things like that is what that was for. And that is an eligible expenditure on those. The others, and going back through reviewing those, they were for, both Sam's were for paper towels actually on those. And the Chattakim was more so, it was bleach, a metering pump head, herbicide weed killer, and some bee spray. So I don't know that those last ones, that we could qualify those under
Yeah.
ARPA funds on that, but the legal, we definitely can.
It says, it talks about, you mentioned the, what is it, incentive, COVID incentive, what, is that the?
We talked about that at our last meeting
Okay,
as far as the
that's
vaccination
that,
incentive. There was some
that's
discussion
yeah,
on
we're-
that. Mhm.
So this is just the legal preparation?
This is the legal preparation on those items, yes.
Okay, now.
So we'll
So
entertain
you're recommending how much we,
$825.
okay,
So you're asking us to make a motion to approve
$825 unless the board wants anything
Okay.
otherwise.
I'll make a motion, $825.
These new rules are a little different than what our
Yeah,
last rules were.
I just wanna make sure we, kinda wanna, we've got time this time on this. Last time we were given deadlines on this kind of money, and they had to be spent, and this is gonna carry over for 4 years, if I can say it right.
Correct, till
We need to be
2024.
careful, cause we don't know what we're gonna see, we could see a resurgence when it gets cold out. So I wanna be able to respond to that.
Go ahead, Mr.
Madam
Evans.
Chair, may I have a, why are we paying for the PSA out of our CARES Act money? I didn't know, I'm just curious about that.
They didn't receive their own individual allotment for
They don't
CARES Act.
receive
They're an
their
agency under the county.
I just don't really see why, I sort of disagree. I'm gonna vote no on it myself.
I
They
made a
don't get
motion
their
at
own allotment to
825.
spend.
Did you get a second?
No, I don't have a second yet.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Okay. We have a moving second to approve from the American Rescue Plan funding to pay $825 of the Dickinson County Public Service Authority COVID expenses. And Ms. Willis, how do you vote?
Well, I guess since I serve on the board, I may have to abstain.
Okay, then we probably need to back up and does somebody else need to second that then?
I can second it.
Oh, okay, okay. I will mark you
Can we,
abstain.
Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, can we discuss for just another moment, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just sort of confused. I mean, obviously, the CARES Act money supposed to be used for infrastructure, broadband, and expenses that the counties incurred due to COVID. What special costs has the PSA incurred due to COVID? I mean, if people quit paying their water bills or anything like that? Or, I just don't really know why we're paying our COVID money to the PSA. I guess I'm just missing something.
Hey, Josh, this is Ron. I am concerned as well because I don't want to get carried away with just spending all this money right away. And we may have other more crises later. But I do consider them part of it because it's kind of like we gave funds to social services and other departments last time. So that's why, so I do think it falls under the county because we have to do county agencies. Behavioral health, all those are agencies under the county. So that's kind of my take on that.
Well, my understanding
So it's
is
paying for
we had
legal
did we not have a meeting between all of us where people applies that sends in their requests
That's
for
what one of these
COVID and this is just one of
I knew
those
we were-
along with the other ones, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Well, I asked him how he come over $825 and it's a legal fee. Is that
So I
correct?
guess what
Larry?
I'm saying
It
is,
is.
those are county agencies that's because county agencies like the sheriff's office or the people direct, this is its own independent entity, I guess is the way I look at it. I mean, we got no say-so over them about anything. I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna derail the meeting, but I'm gonna vote no. We're setting a bad precedent here. You've got limited money. We have so many needs that are gonna come up, and so I'm voting no. I'm gonna vote no. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I'm gonna have on that. Thank you for indulging me.
Okay.
What was this for?
It's a second request. I changed that while we were talking on the
Okay.
first one.
Oh,
Okay, how do you all see to move forward? We have a moving second on the floor. Do we need any other,
Comment.
comments or?
I'm like Josh, sort of bothers me that we're paying $825 for legal fees. I mean, if it was for the other things they have listed, like Clorox and things they have that they're using, PPEs and things they're using to clean, and then I could be more I could understand it better, but I don't know why this board should be paying for their legal fee. I'm not this board, but the COVID relief fund should be paying for their legal fees.
Do we have
Some-
another workshop
What do you
set up
say?
for
I'd
any
like to
other
ask Mr.
applications?
Ron
We
Phillips
don't at this
about it.
time. I just
Yeah,
thought I'd be on the
I
regular
think that's a
meeting.
good idea.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Phillips about it, if he would care to address it.
Sure. I think from the get-go, we were told, as Peggy alluded to earlier, that we would do cost sharing through this eventually, and that we were, part of the county. I know we are a separate entity, but I think there was some savings there by splitting it into different departments and categorizations. That's what we went in thinking all along. If it's an issue, we don't have a bit of problem paying our share. That's just what I was told, that I thought everybody was on board to get together, pool the resources, and come out with a uniform plan.
I'll echo on what Mr. Phillips had mentioned there. What's the practice in the past that's happened on that is with Mr. Mullins on anything legal with him. Whenever we work on something, it's usually for the county as a whole. It's something that the county will adopt as far as part of our plan. The PSA, DSS, and IDA usually follow kind of all the same COVID plan. And so Mr. Mullins splits his bill in thirds, like whenever we do this stuff with PSA, IDA, and DSS. And then, the county pays for like the second invoice that I just handed out, which we'll address here in a moment. That's a legal thing that we worked on with Mr. Mullins with Calvin Perry. As far as updating what updates were required to our policy that we're looking at with the change in the mask mandates, where the masks are no longer mandated indoors, and with employees, what's required and things. We always seek guidance from, a third party that specializes in this type of practice.
So actually,
And then-
he's just doing the COVID handbook. It's kind of
Except
a
for our
manual.
policy, yeah, it's like our COVID policy and updating our COVID
And then he
handbook and
split it
things.
between all departments.
Split
'cause
between all
everybody's gonna
departments like
follow the
that,
same.
and then,
Yeah,
yeah,
and I mean, social services, behavioral health, they're all
Yes.
separate entities too,
right.
but they fall under.
And that's what we're doing, we're trying to do one plan.
The way I looked at it
So
though
the
was,
motion was,
oh, go ahead, Josh.
go ahead, no, go ahead, Ron. I'm
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
well, no, what I was just gonna say is, some of them didn't apply last time when we had this. I don't even know if PSA did.
They didn't, I don't think.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't think they did.
And what I was clear during that time was,
Huh?
we have to reach out to all agencies. Because
It's
the
available
fall,
now.
and the only difference
Yes,
this
yes.
time is the towns got
Recently.
their money separately. So last time we had
Matt,
to
so
give,
Go ahead.
go ahead,
the
Josh.
motion was just for the 825. It wasn't for the coffee that I see on here.
No, it isn't, it isn't. I had problems with that
The
too.
coffee was no.
It was just part of that invoice, it
I get
wasn't,
the legal fees and so we're just doing the 825. I understand that part because that was the understanding.
Yes.
Is a universal, okay. My issue was all this other stuff that, but.
Well, I had the same thing, Josh.
I've got clarity.
right, and on that chapter B on that invoice, they were requesting just for the
But it
paper
says
towels is
no
all,
on
but
that.
it was all on one invoice, and they
Yeah.
pulled that part
This
out.
is no.
So are we clear, are we good to
They
vote on
just
that and
sent
then move on
They
to the
just
next
sent the
one?
whole invoice and
I'm
it
clear
says
on that,
no.
thank you.
Okay,
Okay, we have a motion that has been made by Ron Peters for the American Rescue Plan funding of $825 to the Dickinson County PSA, seconded by Shelby Willis. And on the voting, Mrs. Willis has abstained, so Ms. Sluss
I'll vote yes.
and Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Mr. Peters.
yes,
And I as well. Now, we have had a second invoice presented to us in which I have texted Josh a copy of this, which is Callan Perry
Yes.
from Roanoke Legal Fees in making masks.
With our
Well, I
policy.
will just let Mr. Barton
Sure.
explain this. Sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And what this is for, Mr. Mullins and myself had a meeting with Callan Perry on this. We had a couple of phone calls as far as updating our policy, the required updates with the changes in the guidance. And this came in after the board packets were printed, and so that's why we brought it today. But we're just asking for approval of the $600 on that, and we'll get a cover sheet made for this one as well.
This is for Mr. Mullins?
No, it's for Callan Perry for updates to our
Oh,
mask
they did
policy.
this,
and-
okay, all right.
Yes,
this is a policy we have drafted up.
it's updates and things with our policy.
I'll make a motion that we approve the $800. No, it's $600. 600.
Mr. Evans, have you got your copy of that, and do you have anything to say or comment?
No, ma'am, thank you. I did receive my copy. Thank you.
Uh-huh. And Mrs. Willis has made the motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and roll call vote, Ms. Willis
Aye.
and Ms. Sluss,
Aye.
Mr. Evans
Yes.
and Mr. Peters,
Aye.
and I as well. Okay, moving on down to item number 9, excuse me, which is roads. Do we have anyone, well, I'll ask each district representative to call for their own district, so we'll start with Ms. Willis on the end.
Anyone from Kennedy got a road issue?
Real quick,
Yeah.
coming off Rockcross today, I noticed you may have already got complaints on, big curve, coming off the top.
There where Chris Hill is?
Yeah, right at Chris Hills, there's a big hole in the road, and I think it's got a white square around it. I don't know if it's already been marked by VDOT.
VDOT's already marked that, and then they marked one down there
At the
on,
bottom.
yeah, at the bottom, but they've not done anything. They marked them I guess it's been a month or so ago, but they haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, that one at the bottom, he's probably dropped the basketball in.
Yeah,
Pretty bad.
I know they've got them marked. I'll call and find out what's happening. But they marked them, VDOT marked them. That one down on the bottom, they're gonna change the drain pipe. But I'll call tomorrow, Jeremy. But thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
I hadn't called them in because I know they'd marked them, and so I thought they was gonna go ahead and do them.
I didn't know if it's VDOT marked it or just somebody,
Well, I thought VDOT marked them. But I'll find out.
Okay, moving on to.
Anybody from the Clintwood district? I wanna commend VDOT because they're paving on 83, they're paving the sides of the road, which will prevent wrecks, cause a lot of times when you run off the road, I've done it myself, you lose control of your vehicle, so they're gonna do it from Pound all the way into Hayside, I think. And I commend them for that. I'm gonna commend them, they removed the big rock there before you come in Clintwood. That is, that was a huge rock, and they removed that. They cut some weeds too, coming into Clintwood, and I talked with Mr. Harmon yesterday, Mr. Kilgore, about what they were gonna pave, and he's supposed to send me a list of what the roads they're going to pave in Dickinson County, and I was concerned about Pound River, which is in pretty bad shape, and he said he thought that was on the list to be paved this summer. So, it's very rare I commend VDOT, but I do thank them for that. That was a needed, all that was a needed improvement.
There was some places over there going towards Pound that
Yeah,
if you went off, you
was
had a
bad
tire
shape, yeah.
all to pieces.
Right across from the office building was a big chunk gone, and it was very dangerous. And they're also in the process of moving the VDOT, the Fremont Center up to County Ridge, and man, are they moving dirt. They're moving fast, and my little niece went by today, she said they're building a swimming pool right there. I said, boy, that's gonna be a big swimming pool, Faye. It was real deep, but, it looks like they're making a lot of progress. I don't know why they chose some of the prettiest land in the county. That was one of the prettiest pieces of property in the county, in my estimation. But that's where they're gonna move to, and I don't know where they're taking that dirt. I'd like to have some of that dirt, because that dirt looks great. I stopped and asked for it, but they, yes,
You have to have a
What
permit.
about the kudzu that's taken over the roads and power lines and all that? Is there any way that VDOT can spray them?
Well, I've noticed they've sprayed some, but I know what you're talking about.
But it's coming out in the road.
I know, it's bad, but I'm not so sure I would like it sprayed. I don't like the use of that herbicide.
Now, they cut it last year down Rock House for me.
It's hard to cut it when you got guardrails, I just don't know that I like the use of the herbicide killing that kudzu.
Bringing down the trees, it's covered the trees
I know,
and everything else.
I've heard kudzu problems all my life. My uncle had a obsession about it. Oh, kudzu's taking over, and it has just about took over. But I'd rather see kudzu as a Bear Mountain or Bear Hill myself.
No.
But I know what you're talking about.
When you bring power lines down and all that, it's not good.
No, it's not good. It's just like the trees they haven't cut from the 83 guys in grocery. Well, somebody's gonna get killed because them trees are gonna fall on somebody. And then they'll holler, we're gonna fix them. It's too late after somebody's hurt. But like Mr. Evans said last week, we do what we can. We do talk to VDOT, and all of us do. And we beg, and Mr. Harmon, he hears me, he knows what's coming. But, they do have limited resources. They have limited personnel. They don't have the personnel they used to have. They don't get the funds they used to have, and so all we can do is beg. Ain't that right, Mona?
That is true.
Mona, no, she works
We do
in.
not have the personnel that we once had.
No, you don't. It's been reduced by, I guess, 2/3. I think so too, but I know what you're talking about, Kay, and I agree with you. But right now, paving these roads is probably when their first priority and fixing the roads. And I really think that's a good, what they're doing on 83 from Pound to Hayside. I mean, I appreciate that.
Did we get a red light at the four-way yet?
Well, the project for that is a roundabout to go there.
We need it.
Yeah, that is on that was on the 6-year plan, and I believe, Shelby, if I'm not mistaken, it may be moved up a little closer. I'm not sure, did you understand that, Ron, to be, there was something in the paper that it may be moved up a little closer than on the 6-year plan, it'd be 6 years before it's put in. Well, the elementary school is to be built, and of course, I think they're gonna add on to the elementary school, but to be completed next year or the year after. So the roundabout is something that, yes, we need it. It's a dangerous place.
If I'm not, Madam Chair, it's a
Well-
smart scale, it's a smart scale project.
Yes, it's smart scale.
And it ranked very high at the initial rankings, and then actually when the funding came down, to our surprise, it
It was
showed
up
to be
there
funded.
very
That's in the
Yes.
smart scale though.
It's in the smart scale, so it's looking very favorable.
It's not in the 6-year plan, it's in the smart
Smart
scale.
scale, okay, I got that. I knew it was ranking up higher than what I anticipated, because
But didn't we put some funds in that so that we could get,
Yes, we
part
have
of that?
cost sharing in that.
Yes, we
Yes.
did.
yes.
We had a better chance of getting the money if we added some of our own.
I hope it comes up, because it's a dangerous
You
place.
remember that, Ron?
Yes, yeah. Okay, Mr. Evans, do you have any road concerns from your district?
Yeah, of course, I've got a ton of concerns, document them and report them almost every day. Me and my office, we do. Is anybody there that'd like to speak about a road concern in my district?
We have anyone from the Willis district here?
If not, Madam Chair, please feel free to move on. If somebody's there, I'm happy to listen to them.
Okay,
I don't believe you got anybody.
Okay.
and Mr.
Anyone
Pierce?
from the Sand Lake district that would like to report any road issues, weeds, or, because that's a problem too, you can't see
I
around.
reported one in your
these
district
corners.
yesterday, Jeremy called, George's Board.
No.
Lord, George's.
Anybody from my district, the Irvington district?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And I told Jeremy I'd take care of it.
I'm sort of disappointed with some of the mowing that they have done in my
Well, they had
area.
This on the road, and Lord George's.
It looks
they
like
Uh,
couldn't
you
see
took
coming
a
out.
Camp Creek or something.
hatchet or
Coming
a
out along
mallet or
Lord
whatever
George's
and just
Board.
went down and knocked them over.
And
I mean, they
reported
just-
for yesterday.
And then the main roads in the McClure area still hasn't
didn't
been
even
mowed,
call to see
and
if
I've
he
sort
was
of
at
been
home. I just
disappointed with
told
their
Jeremy I'd take care of it.
progress and stuff of the mowing
I knew
in
you
my
wouldn't
way, but
No.
I don't know that I've had too many calls, and I have been online reporting stuff online, today, so.
I don't like the online one.
Okay, if there be nothing else from the districts on the roads, we will move on down to what is now item number 10, which is Bernard Fleming for the food bank. If he, is he still here?
He's here.
If he will step forward. Did we have anyone call in, by the way, for roads? Okay.
Evening, Board.
Good
It's been a quiet meeting so far. It's time to liven it up a little, I think. I'm here, I've got a complaint. I would like to know, well, first of all, let me ask a question. It may not be too personal, I don't know. Does Rita Surratt get a salary?
Yes, she does.
She does, okay.
From us
Yeah.
and the Chamber of Commerce.
Every time I pick up a paper, Rita's in there about something. Now, I know she does a lot of good stuff for the county.
She does great.
She does a great job.
Yes, she does. Well, let me tell you, I've got a group of people that does a great job too. I got about 15 to 18 employees that are, all of them are volunteers. Nobody gets nothing. And not one time have I ever heard the board come out there and thank that group of people or nothing. Andy in there, he works for me out there. He can tell you.
Do we
one
not thank
time.
you by sponsoring it and building you a building out there?
That's for the food dump, for the food bank. That's not for the, like the people that we do working for like that. That don't help my employees. If it just come out there one time and get my group of people together and say, thank you. You get these big meals together that I think the last one was for Rita Surratt. And,
No,
Of
the
course,
last
Mr.
bill we sent was for the solid waste workers.
Mr. Evans was in on that, you know, they give out,
Well,
and even the
listen,
town.
Bernard, I appreciate everything they do.
I appreciate the food bank
And,
also.
and I'll be glad to go out there and give them my thanks.
I've been there a little over 26 years.
I know you have.
Volunteers.
You've done a
Not
great
one
job.
penny does anybody ever make. And I just wonder why they don't come out and just say, get that group together and say thank you.
Well, we
Hey.
should do it. I agree.
You know, really thank you for what you're doing, and I know you struggled for years getting a vehicle, and I think we finally got that, but I will tell you up front, you're right, I haven't been out there, I'll make it my business to come out there, because
too.
We've got a
I
nice
think it's
building now.
valuable what they're
It's air
doing.
conditioned, got a nice truck, it's like in the morning, I gotta get up and go, I gotta be in Avenue in the morning, 8:30.
I haven't seen
And I
your
think
new
I'll get
facility,
back,
and
and I've got a good truck.
I haven't
and,
seen your new facility, I do wanna see it,
Yeah.
because
It's
I wasn't
nice.
sure a short
We
while
haven't
ago
been
whether you
able
could
to
move
come
there.
out and look at the building due to COVID. Now, that's
Yeah.
hurt us about having some open houses and things like that. It's hurt us.
Yeah, well, I think that's about over with now, at least the biggest part of it is.
And
But
I
just
appreciate
let
what
all of you
all
get
of them
together
do.
sometime, come out there and thank that group of people,
I
okay?
agree,
When
I
are
agree.
they usually all
Smitty,
there? Are they
Wednesday.
I don't-
They're there
Wednesday?
every Tuesday,
Every Tuesday?
yeah. And then like tomorrow, I'll have to call some of them in tomorrow to work, and probably Thursday too.
I know
But I gotta go bring a
Smitty
load
from
of
my
food
church
back.
is a big participant.
I got to have them in there to unload that truck and put stuff away in the freezer and everything.
Yeah.
You know, they don't just work on Tuesday mornings. I work them through the week. And I think they deserve a thank you from
Well,
all of you
I
people.
certainly
Yeah,
think they
I
Let's
do.
let
think
up on Rita Surratt one week and come out and thank the food bank, okay?
I agree,
I
I
believe she'll
agree.
survive.
We sure, I'll be glad to come out and thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I fully agree with you, and I wanted to see your new facility anyway.
It's very
It's been a
nice.
while, I've been out to the old one, but it's been a while, been
We've
quite
got
a
it-
while.
You got it air conditioned, everything's nice. For
Good,
26
good.
years, we didn't have no air, worked in that, but finally we got it done. We've been out there now about 3 weeks. We're
And
getting
that's the
straightened
thing,
out.
I was unsure if you were using it yet, cause I would seen a truck over by the old place, but
Yeah,
I'm
we're-
glad to hear it's up and running, and
We're in the new one, and I'm here just cause, you know, I hear my workers every now and then just wonder, why don't you give us a thank you sometimes? Bring us out a little bologna sandwich or something instead of giving one of these big fancy meals over here for, you know, and the town even.
now here's something too, Bernard. I would think you should be able to
Hey,
call the
excuse me,
paper and come
excuse
out
me.
there one day to see the
Excuse me.
operation.
Go ahead, Mr.
What
Evans.
fancy meals he talking about?
Well, what was that when you all had for
What
Rita
fancy
Surratt
meals
here
he
this
talking
last month, I think it was.
We didn't have anything.
We
Well,
brought,
somebody had one.
What's
we
he
didn't
talking
have
about?
anything for Rita.
Well, no, it was a chamber
world is he
party or
talking
something
about?
other, not a party, but a dinner.
We had a dinner
retirement.
for
We had a
Rita.
retirement party
We had
for
a
Rita
retirement
Childers.
for Bud Phillips, and we had one for
Rita
Reba
Childers.
Childers.
It didn't say
but-
retirement, I've got the paper out in the truck
But
out
the
there with Josh Evans
employees,
right there
the
giving.
employees in the county, and I brought stuff, and I don't know if the rest of us brought
Peggy
stuff.
No, I wanted to.
They had something over here at the park,
I
didn't
wanted
you,
to
just
clarify what
recently?
he's talking about.
I don't know.
Didn't the chamber have
What
a
are you
dinner
talking about?
recently?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
I got
that's
the
what
paper
it
up there in the
is.
truck, if you want me to go
Chamber
They
get
had a
it.
Chamber of Commerce at the park, yeah.
Yeah,
We didn't pay for
come out
that.
the food
We
bank,
didn't
give us
pay
a
for
party
We did
sometime.
not pay for that.
Chamber
Pardon
of
me?
Commerce
We did
paid
not
for
pay
it.
I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that.
Mr. Fleming,
Madam Chairman,
Mr.
Madam
Fleming, he
Chair,
wants to talk to you.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Go
Mr.
ahead.
I want to know
Mr.
what
Evans
he's
wants
talking
to-
about, because I don't know what he's talking about to me having a fancy meal for anybody. I want to know what he's talking about.
I did
Okay,
not
I
say
think-
You
you
don't
had
know
a,
what he's talking about.
I didn't say you had a fancy
Yes, you
meal.
did.
Did
That's
you?
exactly what you said, and you don't know what you're talking about. I didn't put a fancy meal on for anybody.
I did not say you put a fancy meal on Josh. I just said you was there, or
Clarify
you was
what
in
you
the,
said then.
you was in the paper, I think it was on the 30th of last month, presenting Rita with some kind of a plaque and what have you. Was you in on that?
Okay, let
He
me,
got
I
presented
never
a check
presented Rita with her
from
award.
the Phipps Foundation.
okay, let me speak. The
Well, he
chamber,
needs to know what he's talking about.
I know
Okay.
exactly what I'm talking about.
okay, I'm gonna fix it, just a minute.
No, you don't.
You crazy in hell too, Josh.
Okay,
Hey,
come on,
Okay, enough
let's
of
get
this.
back to order.
Okay.
Peggy, you can sit him down because, you know,
On-
we don't need
in
that kind of
June- in the
language.
No,
month
I'm
of-
sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but I did, and
In the month of June, the Chamber of Commerce hosted a business cookout.
That's what, I'm sorry, that's what I'm talking
All
about right
right,
there.
that was the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, that's for small business owners.
That was
The
for
chamber
small
put that on. He
businesses.
don't know what he's talking about.
Okay,
Josh.
wait just a minute. And the Chamber of Commerce hosted that. People could make a donation to that if they wanted to, but as a sponsor, as far as businesses. Josh was in the paper with Rita because he was up introducing Larry Barton as the new county administrator, because that's the first thing the chamber had had since Larry has been our administrator.
Exactly.
But the Board of Supervisors paid nothing
Didn't say you
towards that.
did. I just said that Rita is all the time
Thank you, Peggy.
getting something done, you know.
Right.
Even the town was in on that, they gave her the big card
get
with
a
the
lot of
mayor
money.
signature.
Okay.
They signed her, give her a big bouquet of flowers and stuff like that. All we want is a thank you. And
Okay,
I'll guarantee you that some of you all, that we, serving all the people out there, serve some of your people somewhere. It'll be a brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin, or something other.
okay.
Guarantee you've got people in the family that gets food.
But as far as the Board of Supervisors, them, ourselves, and the county doing that, we did not do that.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Did I say that? You got a similar
Well, that
problem.
is what you said. Yes, that is what you said.
Josh,
That
me,
is
you
what
can take,
said.
we can take our differences up in your office, okay? I can
Okay.
tell you what I think of you.
That'd be fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
Are you
We need-
finished?
But that's
Are
all
you
I
through?
wanted to say was, you know, just
I'll try to be out
sometimes.
there, Bernard, I sure will.
Okay,
I
do that.
appreciate you guys.
Come out and get that
Okay.
group
I
together
will, I
and
went
say thank you,
down
and
to
then
the
you can
truck
walk
shop
out the
the other
door.
day, I can come out
Okay.
there.
Okay,
Let
I
them know.
do wanna say
In fact,
something.
I'll buy a uniform.
No,
How's
you
that?
haven't got to do that. In fact, if
Okay,
you bought
Mr.
a uniform, they probably wouldn't go, because if I had to come out here and ask you to do it,
No.
they wouldn't
well,
accept it.
Mr. Peters has something to say, and then after he speaks, we're gonna move on to the
Okay.
next item.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I already acknowledge, I hadn't been out to the new facility, and I owe that visit, and
Come on
I know
out,
you do
nice.
great stuff. I've always been passionate about the stuff you needed for vehicles in the past, and this building was a big project, so I agree with what you're saying, it's, you know, it wouldn't hurt for us to come out
That's true.
and pass out food one day with you too.
Come on
You
out.
know, I want to, 'cause, so I'm glad that, I'd be glad to come out there,
I'll
cause
let
I
you
know
work.
some of my neighbors personally benefit from what you're
I'm sure.
doing. And, on this though, we need to keep it civilized, and here's the other thing I'll say to you on this. So you've seen it in the newspaper. You're in charge out there. Why don't you invite the news people to come out one day and see what you do to
The
the
newspaper,
community?
yeah.
What?
Come out. They're too busy taking other pictures, other places, I guess.
Have you
It's
tried?
just a forgotten group of people, I think.
I understand that, and I want to fix that, but I think you can also do that too. But I think we need to pay a visit out there, and, cause it's great what you're doing for our community.
We
Okay.
try.
Yeah,
We,
I know you do, and
uh,
and if there's needs, we need to know about it.
Yeah.
If you don't, you
Well, I
know.
heard him say he
we-
had $100,000 left over in excess in it, that's the food bank.
But we also have some other things to buy too.
I just wanted to complain.
Yeah.
We
yeah.
thank you, and we'll do our best to be out there and, see what we can do for you and that, but we appreciate it.
Is there any way, Larry, that we
Mr.
could get?
Fleming, I think you ought to come here and thank us for helping sponsor the food bank. I helped get your truck.
You're exactly right.
$300,000 building.
And
I think
we built you a
Y'all
$300,000
didn't build that
building.
$200,000 building out there, did you?
Yes, we
I
did.
know, you got the truck, and I come to you and thanked you for
You
that, if you
did.
remember.
Yes, you did.
I sure did. It's one of the best things that ever happened to us, to get us a truck I can go to heaven and back in. And you done good. You really did. And I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's a pleasure to drive that new truck.
Okay.
And when I leave here, like I said, I think I can go to heaven, and then when I get there, I think I can get back.
Is
And
there-
that's something.
And I remember those meetings when you were struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
I may not have been on the board for all of them because.
I got a question for you, Larry. Is there any way we can help the food bank with the COVID money? Is that something we could do?
I don't know of anything right
Why
off
don't
as
you
far
make
as,
a
you know, we try to
request?
help the food bank anytime they need anything. We just
Yeah.
installed a lift for them.
But that is something for us to look into. I agree with you, Rhonda. if there's a need, but we need to be careful
You
here
want
because
appreciation.
just because there's a pot of money for this
You
doesn't mean we
always
need
get
to
it. I
start
don't
dishing
get
it
We
out.
kept up
We gotta make sure the need's there and we need to,
Morning,
we may need it sometime
I
later.
don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
People are getting a lot of extra food stamps and getting this other money they're getting in, and we're serving less than half of the people right now that we did. And we can maybe having 40-some families come through on Tuesdays.
But if you're short, let us know.
But, we
You're
were way
right,
up
they've
over 100.
increased the foods, people get more food
Yeah, they
stamps.
get stuff now, and we're just not serving it, so that gave us a chance to build up a little bit. And that was a
Yeah.
good thing.
Okay,
That's
But
good.
we're good.
all right.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Moving on, we have, we removed one from the agenda that couldn't be here. We're moving down to what is on your all's list as item number 11, but it's the Dickinson County School, which I will
It's still
probably
here.
turn that over to Mr. Barton to
Back on
explain this.
schedule now.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. In your board packet, under item number 11, the second page, you've got a copy of the letter received, that we received from the superintendent, Ms. Robinson. This is a standard procedure they do each year. At the end of each year, they show what their balances are, and of course, I'll read through this for the public's knowledge, but the fiscal year 2021 summary, the total operating revenue and appropriated balances for fiscal year 2021 was $27,949,289.57, plus unexpended balances that were carried over from fiscal year 2020 in the amount of $651,470.87. That gave a total revenue and balances of $28,600,760.44. Looking at their expenditures, they had expenditures from July 2020 through June of 2021 in the amount of $26,112,039.69. They have their July 2021 payroll, which is standard procedure because they're teachers and anyone less than a 12-month contract, their contracts are paid out. That last payment is given to them in July for their contract, for their payroll, but it actually comes out of the June fiscal year budget. That amount was $1,303,516.98. So our total expenditures was $27,415,556.67. It says the school board is carrying over the following unexpended state funding. They have GED testing funds in the amount of $12,299.66. They have textbook funds in the amount of $191,199.12. They have money set aside for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library for $24,041.12. And then they had operational budget carryover of $957,663.87. This amount is what, this $957,000 is the amount that we've had a lot of discussion on through the budget workshops. It started out, they anticipated about $250,000. I know we had some discussion, they came back with a revised amount estimating around $1 million. They come in pretty close to that. But that gave a total unexpended balances of $1,185,203.77. That shows their total expenditures and unexpended balances of $28,600,760.44, with the balance to be transferred to the county general fund of $0. Now, what you folks have to do tonight is you have to vote to allow this carryover. Now, the description here says, it's unexpended state funding. Part of that is state funding. You've got things like the Dolly Parton Imagination Library is going to be from donors like Columbus Phipps and other private donors. And of course, that's just a fund used to fund the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. It carries over. The textbook funds is something that's always a given, per code that can be carried over the state as well as the local match on that. It's a given. And then the GED testing funds are earmarked specifically for the adult education that carry over from year to year. The operational budget carryover is the one that has discussion each year that requires approval. Of course, it's labeled as being state, and I'd made the comment that may have offended Ms. Robinson at the time, but I said the funds are commingled. You can't really say those are all state funds because the Board of Supervisors gave in excess of RLM. And all the money comes into one account. When I say commingled, I just mean, it's like a husband and wife both working that has a joint checking account, and each of them get paid. They put the wife check goes in, the husband's check goes in, they pay their bills, and at the end of the month, there might be $500 left. Is that the husband's check or the wife's check? The money went in the same account. This with the school, they have federal funds, state funds, and local funds that all go into this account. The federal is always a direct reimbursement, so you can always set it aside and you know what the federal is. It's always on a reimbursable basis. So the remainder is a combination of state and local funds. Now, they're requesting to carry these over. You'll have to make the motion to do that.
I got a question,
Okay.
Mr. Barton. Now, you're familiar intimately with their budget because you did it for them. How much do they have that you see that was spent these last couple months that were on thing for next year?
I can share this with you all if you want to pass those around, but at year end, of course, all the treasurer serves kind of as the bank for the entire county. All the county agencies, all the monies come into and go out of the treasurer's office, so all the transactions have to go through here. So this sheet that I'm passing around, it shows kind of some year-end spending that was kind of outside of the budget, things that were outside of the budget, in the amount of about $1,443,367.91. Some of those things is like, the buses. They bought $209,419 in buses. That would be 2 buses. They bought 2 buses previously in their budget, but they had extra money at year end, so they bought 2 more buses. And you can see that's just kind of extra that wasn't in the original budget. And some of these other items, were prepaid items, such as some of the operational funds that go out to each of the schools. You can see on there, like the VACOR insurance, it was prepaid for all of next year's premiums, $110,682 for property and liability, work comp for $69,231 for the whole year. The summer school payroll, a lot of the textbooks, a lot of the softwares, things like that. And of that column, that's a direct savings into the fiscal year 22 budget next year. And this is just me looking at the items. I'm sure this is just the easy items to kind of pick off here. It was $993,482.14 on this list.
So that means they were over about $2 million.
Right, and we carried over $1 million. They're carrying over 957,000 here, and then there's 993,000 also that was spent that normally would have been spent starting July 1st with that pot of money. But it was kind of prepaid on these items. That was a direct savings, and also like the train payments for the
Stadium sound system for $76,000.
It was
that this year,
replaced, and of course that didn't save anything next year, but that was just an added cost outside of the budget, something that wasn't really budgeted.
And where was that? For stadium?
That was at the Ridgeview High School.
Football
Which
field?
one was
Football
that?
field.
Oh. This one.
Is that for the football field, you say?
It is.
Yeah.
What about the other, like the softball and baseball? They get
I
a
think that
sound
was for
system?
graduation. I think maybe their sound system had went down or something, and they had to either repair it or replace it.
I've been up there to softball games and they were not announcing at all.
But it's just kind of showing, vehicle purchase, copier purchases,
And
band equipment, just what was spent at year end, $1,443,000. Really, $1,443,000 plus the $1 million over here, really $2.5 million extra. But this $993,000 is a direct savings to next year's budget because it's items that
So
were
they won't
prepaid.
have to buy these, right?
Yeah,
Which would normally come out of the money that we
Yeah.
appropriate.
Yeah.
things that would normally be purchased,
So
but
that
it
should
would have come out of
figure in
next year's budget.
Next year's
Now,
budget.
you've approached them about, and this is where I'm going with this, and I want you guys to know. I don't want, me personally, I don't want the county to take any of this back, but I want us to, maybe, we've been trying to do this internet, why don't we hold money, some of it back to cover these satellites that we're trying to get to the students right now? Because we're trying to get internet in case this pandemic crops up again, and we've got the opportunity to fund 3 different networks. We already started on yours area. Why not hold it back, and then if the school wants to do their Recovery Act money and help this, because we think their money's more flexible than ours, let's do that. But it's not my intent that we take money back to the general fund, because if we can help the school, but I want to make sure some of this money goes to help those students directly.
What were you talking about in my area? Where was you talking about?
Well, remember, we're trying to put the youth Starlink in your.
I like, yes.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. And we've got other areas in the county to cover. So why not hold back some of this
They
money?
wasn't too keen on helping us on that, was it?
Well, when I spoke with them about partnering with us on the Starlink, and they are working, they have access to all the student addresses, and they know the students that don't have any coverage and things, because the Starlink project is solely for students that do not have access to any other internet source in order to try to provide them internet.
That's what I'd like to do, but in addition, Larry's got information on another way to help them, and that may save some of that money.
Yeah,
and then they can have it back and do what they want, but I would like us to hold back, I would say, enough to pay for the 3 networks.
Josh?
Go ahead, Mr.
Madam
Evans.
Chair, may I? Larry, this is probably for Larry and Will, what would a motion need to look like if we were gonna do something like what Ron's talking about? What would it need to be? Would we need to say we wanna reserve 50% back and go and give them 50%, or Larry, maybe more of a financial question for Larry, and then a legal question on what the wording of a motion like that would need to look like?
I thought we already allowed them to carry over.
Well, and I'll
that
tell you,
excess.
just as an example, in the past, we put money aside and held it in an account for them here to pay the bill for the roof in Clintwood Elementary School. We did the same thing for buses one year.
Right.
And that's all I'm looking. Now, if they go ahead and set this up and do it with the other money, then I'm all for just hand it over to them.
Right. There's some concern, to back up and address Ms. Les's comment. There was some concern with them using their money to pay for the internet, or for the Starlink, the service, because of the monitoring that would be required. They said they would be required to monitor, the content that was being downloaded from the internet and things remotely if they paid the subscription with the CRF funds. That was
Be used for something
issue.
besides school.
Yes.
That was their.
Is that the legal read from their lawyer? Because
I'm not sure.
But this money here that we're talking about has no restrictions like that. If we decide to buy it and use this money, we've paid for it and there is no restrictions, we press forward. And I'd be okay, we try to save as much as we can.
Ron's got a good point.
On this here, on that first part where it says total operating revenue and appropriated, what is that 651? Is that carryover from?
That would be in the carryover from fiscal year 20 that carried in, because this was for fiscal year 21, the closeout letter here. Because at the end of each year, they have to kind of account for their books and zero everything out, and they come back to the Board of Supervisors, y'all have to approve them. Carryover, it's usually just a routine item that you do.
But it wasn't 651,000 last year when they reported. It was a lot less than that they
Well,
reported that.
But what it is, what we're looking at,
Yeah,
that includes the
what?
textbook funds and the GED and the Dolly Parton, kind of like this one here,
Oh.
because there's $1,000,001, but 957 is the.
Was that the year they said that we cut their budget $500,000 or $600,000?
Last year.
And they had a carryover of 651? So we didn't get them anything.
Well, and here's the thing I want to clarify.
Is that what you think?
That's what I think.
I hate that word cut, because the budget goes down based on the number of students. It's downsizing. The state does it, and we've never been doing it. We've been staying, if nothing else, we've been raising the bar each time. But really, the state's looking at what we've got for students and saying, this is all you get, and normally when organizations have to shrink, you have to look at where you can multitask people doing, because their jobs overlap some.
Well, they got more this year than they've ever got. Is that right? From the state.
With all the funding sources, yes,
Yeah,
the state was the
yeah.
highest.
It's the
They got-
highest they've ever got.
Yeah, per student. Thank you, Mr. Evans, yes.
All I'm suggesting is I think our thing is like $600,000 to do those 3 networks. Those 3 areas of the county.
Right, for Starlink, it's about
I'm just suggesting that
$200,000 a pod, they said,
Per
there's
sale.
60 connections.
$200,000 a pod.
Yeah.
All I'm suggesting is we hold back 600,000
Well, I think he's got a good point.
and now if negotiating with the school, if they wanna do something different and buy it a different way, I'm all for it, cause I want them to get the money if it's that case, if we can do it cheaply.
Right.
And I even agree with certain situations, you may wanna have some skin in the game when we're buying a service.
People, right.
So people will have a bit, they will be more likely to keep
To
it.
continue after that 24-month
Yes.
period.
I think
And
he's
for
got
the
a real
public,
point.
what this is it pays for them to have internet for 2 years. And the idea is if there's some skin in the game, maybe they'll keep it 3 or 4 years or keep it after that, so.
And we had added, Madam Chair, to the agenda, the Starlink, because it was a kind of a last-minute meeting today. We'd had a meeting with Donald Purdy, who came to our board meeting a couple of times, that we're working with through ACI, and then also Jack Kennedy from Wise County. And they did bring some other, we'll talk about it in more detail when we get under Starlink, but there is some more funding possibilities to help fund these through some sources like People Inc. and through potentially some emergency broadband funds. Mr. Kennedy will have a definite answer on Friday if Starlink is eligible under that. And I have emailed Ms. Robinson at the schools today to see if they would be interested in possibly participating with that, because the schools would have to apply for that, and it would pay the cost of the equipment and up to 1 year service for that. So, if Starlink qualified and we could do that, then all these things would reduce whatever we would have to pay or whoever would pay, any of these other sources. So we're trying to work on a lot of different sources we can get to help buy this down, so.
Well, I would think that the school system, school board, whatever, to help these kids that do not have internet, that may have to prepare for the possibility if COVID or the Delta variant should raise in the county, that these kids are prepared to have access to online school, that they don't fall no further behind than what that people has fell behind this school year.
Right.
What I'm suggesting is that we make, and I'll need Will's help on this, a motion that would hold back $600,000 in a holding account like we've done with other things in the past for the roof and the buses. And if there's a better way that they can go and get it, then we'll release the fund back. But I want us to, we know that we want this for our children in the county. We want to get them connected in case this crops up again. So I'm just suggesting we do something, because we've got to find funding for it, and we have an overage here and there is funds between these Recovery Act funds that we should be able to do something with that.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the only thing that concerns me a little bit, and I'm not disagreeing with anything Ron's saying, I think we might need to maybe look at our votes in the past, because
Think we've already voted to carry it over.
That money, I just don't want to.
Well, I would.
We don't want to get in some litigious debate with them about this. If you know what I mean. I don't know. We need to be sure that.
Josh, what I think we're covered on that was they were real vague on how much they had left over, and we can tell that they had roughly $2 million left over. They never told us that.
Well, yeah.
And so I'm just suggesting $600,000 to cover this, because we've been talking about this for the last few months. Now, if they wanna come in and use Recovery Act money and they pay for that, then we're gonna release that to them. I'm not trying to take the money from, I'm trying to make sure it's where they say, let's be an advocate for the children and put the money where the children are.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
Will, do you have any thoughts on that?
I've listened to it all and took it all in. I do think that it would be good to know from you know, your all votes in the past exactly where things stand before, you know.
Well, we never really voted on that. We never voted to give it.
Okay.
We did vote to carry, let them carry it over, didn't we?
No,
Took an official vote.
we never did an official vote
That's
on
all
it.
We told them they could carry over their
Well, are
money
you
during
gonna
budget
renege on
workshops.
what we told them?
We told them during the budget workshops
We
they could
told them
carry
during the
over.
budget workshop, we were gonna allow them to carry it over. Then, is our word not any good?
We're not
And it,
taking
well,
nothing from
but
them.
keep in mind, the word was $1 million, and we now know she had $2 million.
Well, this is something they do every year, is pay up in advance. Isn't that right, Mr. Barton?
There is some year-end spending generally. Some things are pushed
That
out to year
paid up
end,
by
but
the year.
nothing's ever been prepaid
We didn't
to
get
these
one of these last year.
magnitudes or
No, we
prepaid like
didn't.
this.
Never seen this.
First
We
time
never
I've
got
ever
one of
seen
these
it.
last
Because it was
year.
never-
Well,
There's one
we've
sent
not
over
seen
on
it
the
either.
last
We
day of
never
the month.
asked
It's
for
always
it.
sent to the treasurer's office on the last day of the
Yeah,
But
we
month.
they've
never-
always used the last
They're
month
supposed to be
But
to
we
taking
never
it.
voted.
pay in their
$1 million
insurances and
now
different
there's $2
things.
million left over.
But I sort of share Shelby's concern. I identify with, I know exactly what Ron's saying, and I like what he's saying, but I also understand what Shelby's saying as well. I really think we need to maybe let our attorney dive into it. And then maybe that we don't have time to do that. I don't know, but I really
Table
want to
this
see
till
what
next
we,
month.
What's that?
and I'm looking back at the minutes as
Table.
well, and I don't know how we got
Okay.
that appropriation.
Well, then I make a motion that we table this until we sit down and discuss that with our attorney.
Okay, I'll second it.
I was gonna say I'll second it, but it sounds like Rhonda did.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to table the year-end summary letter from the Dickinson County Schools. And roll call vote, Ms. Willis?
I vote absolutely no. My word stands. We gave them we told them they could carry over their excess. My word stands.
My word stands too, but I'm just asking that I'm not taking nothing from them. I don't want to take nothing from them. My word stands too, but I think Ron's point is very good, and Mine will say yes.
Mr. Evans?
I agree with Rhonda. This is gonna be their money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not taking nothing from them.
You know, but I vote, yeah, I think we need to really dive into this legally though and see what our minutes and where we are legally. I see both sides of it, but I'm concerned about what we have voted on. I want to say we voted to allow them to keep it, based on my memory, but I want to be totally certain on that.
Okay.
If we didn't vote, Mr. Evans, we did assure them that they could carry it over.
The $1 million and we
And
now
I agree
know
with
$2
that
million.
too. I agree with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Peters?
I am no intentions of taking the money from the school. I'm just saying we should appropriate it towards the students, some of it, to pay for internet. We did tell them during the budget hearings, they identified a little over $1 million. We now know they really had $2 million. I'm just suggesting we've got to find a way to pay for this. We should look at holding the money, and if there's another way they want to pay for it, that's fine. Otherwise, we pay for it out of the 600. So I'm yes for tabling.
Okay, and I am yes also for tabling it. Okay, moving on to item number 13, the Dickinson County Fair Committee. Are any of them here?
I think they left after Bernard showed himself.
I'm not sure if they were here or not.
They were here, but they left.
Who was it?
I saw Mona
That was
and another
Mona and
lady.
Laura.
No, I don't think they were here for that.
Oh, you don't think they were
No.
here for
I
that?
don't think they were here for that either.
Oh, okay. I thought they were.
Madam Chair, I know Miss Davis and her daughter really well, and they do a good job, and there's a lot of families that enjoy this. I know there's been a little bit of confusion here and there with the fair, not the fair, and I know we didn't budget or appropriate money for the fair, but I know Nancy and her daughter Whitney are very passionate about this, and there's a lot of families that like this, and I'm gonna make a motion to appropriate the money for this fair pageant program. I think it's a good thing, and I really think
They're asking for
benefits from it.
$2,500, is that what they're
And
I'm against.
I trust Nancy and them to do it well, so I'm gonna go ahead and make that motion, Ms. Chairman.
Are you making a motion for the 2,500? Wasn't that
Yes,
what they
ma'am.
asked for?
What have we,
Yes, that's what
what have we
correspondence I
appropriated
got, that's what they
before,
asked for.
Shelby?
2,500 based on the correspondence.
We have always give the fair 5,000 when they had a regular fair.
Yeah, and we didn't always, but there was years that were lean, that we couldn't. But I kinda was hoping I would see the fair committee come and request it and tell us what they're paying for.
I thought the horse show down
Well,
there
I
wants
think,
some
I
money.
think it's about,
I think both of them.
Cause they also sent out individual,
Shelby,
Go ahead, Josh.
if we get something where the horse show won something, I don't think we should give them, I mean, the Cumberland Pine Mountain Trail don't come up here and ask for money, they make it from their
They used to,
concession.
they did.
Go
They
ahead,
did?
Josh.
Well, you probably
I'm
know.
just, I'm sorry, I'm just relying on Whitney and Nancy's letter that's in the packet.
Yeah, I
And
see it.
that's what they've
The horse-
asked for.
the horse show's
And
got
like I said,
mentioned.
I know I know they do a really, I know what you're saying, they're on the fair committee, but this pageant is separate from the fair committee. The way
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Well,
And you and Shelby's done this many times, but my vote or my motion,
How can she be Miss Dixon County Fair if they don't have a fair? How can she be
Well,
Miss
I-
Dickinson County Fair if you don't have a fair? That's not.
well, I can add to that if you guys,
but it
Let-
says.
Josh, give me a minute on this.
Miss Dickinson County?
Josh, Madam Chair, I'd like to.
Yes,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Peters.
Okay, here's the thing, on the fair, yeah, the fair's not happening. But the pageant is part of the fair, and it is, they do this every year. It's just, we've never dealt with going to an individual subcommittee of the fair individually. That was my concern. I would have, me and Larry met with one of the folks from the horse show he was in a meeting we were in downtown Hayside, and I told, and I even indicated to the chair that we should see a formal request come before the board from our appointed fair committee. That's what I'm looking for. But I'm not opposed to us necessarily helping these guys, but the initial request was for the horse show and this, and I'm not opposed to helping, but I wanna make sure some certain conditions are met.
More vendors.
All monies, all vendors open the door for all vendors to come, and all funds that are collected at the gate go to, and the vendor fees, cause typically you would charge a vendor a price to come in there. That all needs to go back into our fair, so they can build it. And that's what I was suggesting. So that's the thing I don't hear reassurances on. We appointed a committee, and I wanna see
Miss Dickinson County
that.
Fair if there ain't no fair. I don't see how you can be eligible to compete in Richmond if there's no fair and you're just having a beauty cat pageant. It should be Miss Dickinson County. And what I'd like to see, my personal belief would be, I'd like to see it be 1 year in Hayside, 1 year in Clintwood, 1 year down Irvington, and it should be called Miss Dixon County.
Well, if you'll read the letter, and again, forgive me for not knowing.
Although I
all the
know
details
little
on
about this.
But I'm relying on the letter.
I just don't
Hey,
It says
Josh?
the winner will represent the county.
Josh,
Yeah, go ahead.
I
I'm just reading the letter.
talked to the chairman, and their chairman's Allison, and they're trying to, one of the problems that happened with the fair, it became a Hayside thing. And they're trying to go, they plan to have their meetings in different areas of the county because it needs to be a county-wide fair. But I do want some assurances that we get the fairgrounds for the fair and those events, and they get the proceeds from that to build up their coffers so they can do more each year for the fair. I even sent them an application and told them, start planning for next year, maybe Recovery Act, because it's an outdoor activity, plan for next year. So I do want to do this, but I want it done right, and I want assurances that the proceeds go directly to that individual and all money's made, and I want to go back into the fair committee, her subcommittee, and that, any of the money come through that gate and those vendor fees should go towards the fair.
So they're not having a fair this year, right?
Not really.
Well, I
no.
think Nancy, I know Nancy too, she's a nice
Yeah.
woman, wonderful woman. I think Nancy needs to contact the fair committee and see if the winner of this can compete even in the,
Well, they say it can. In her letter, she says.
well, it doesn't say, they say,
I think I truthfully
it's
am,
the
I'm
Virginia
comfortable with
Association of
that.
Fairs Conference in Hot Springs, Virginia. Fairs Conference. If we're not having a fair, that's a misnomer. So I think Nancy,
I think.
I can add to that, Josh.
you just ask Nancy if they can.
Let me explain something. They will be able to go.
Okay.
They will, because it's happened in the past. And I mean, we went out, we had, the pageant people went out, and I received feedback, well, the chair didn't even stay for the event where our person won state. Our person won out there one year.
That was Whitney.
And that was, so I'm confident that'll be fine. I just want assurances that this is a fair event, and I mean, understandably, Kiwanis will be working their concession, and they probably keep what they get out of that, but I don't want, we were told vendors would be there the one year, the last time they had it, and we didn't really see an open door for all vendors to come in. I just wanna, if we're gonna have it, I don't think it'll be that big this year.
My motion was for 25. Would you feel better for a lesser amount? And the way I'm looking at it is they're doing the pageant in lieu of the fair. So
Well, you wanna do the 25, I don't have a problem with that, but let's put the conditions.
What do you think?
I think 2,000.
I'm gonna give them something. I'm gonna.
Josh, I'm okay with the money, it's, we need the conditions that it'll be run as a fair event, and the fair is in charge of those proceeds and controls the money.
I think it's worship the outside of the body.
Go ahead, Josh.
My motion is with the understanding that Ms. Davis and Ms. Parton will be responsible for this money, and I know that
They
will be
will.
right with them in charge of it.
They're
That's kind of, I understand what you're saying, Ron, but my motion is sort of the impression and understanding that Ms. Davis and Ms. Parton will be running this, and that's why I have a high degree of comfort with it.
But you don't want any restrictions, because we're spending a lot of money in that fairgrounds right now. So I think that it should be all hands off
I don't know
and,
how to restrict it.
what's that?
I don't know anything about beauty pageants or I mean, I don't know how.
I don't know nothing about
Oh, the beauty pageant's fine, Josh. What I'm just saying is, we want them to have vendors. It won't be many probably, because it's a small event. It's not a full fair. But the door, we wanna start embracing that the gates are open for other vendors, and they can charge fees for those vendors, so that the fair should do this, so that they can gather some money for the
And
future.
I don't know if they're gonna agree to that or not.
That's all I'm saying. You wanna give $2,500, I'm fine with that.
We're just gonna we're gonna give it to Nancy and Whitney and say, which I trust them explicitly.
I would think it'd have to go through the fair committee.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting
I
at.
wouldn't think that they could cash a check.
And that's what my concern was. I would put it to the fair committee, but I would put some conditions. Have Larry drive it home.
Here's my motion. It's to the Miss Dickinson County Fair Pageant Directors in care of Whitney Parton and Nancy Davis. That's my motion. And if those people don't exist or the pageant directors don't exist, maybe we've got a problem. They need to clear that up. But that's my motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay,
I'll make a motion then. I make a motion that we,
No, he
Kim?
made the motion, he needs a second.
what's that?
He made a motion. He needs.
No, I failed is what I'm taking.
Oh, okay.
So I'll make a motion that we allow Larry to give money to the fair committee for this event. But, I would like the conditions that it'll be run by the fair committee. And,
Who is the fair committee though? We know
it's in our book,
so we can host them.
Phyllis Mullins is one of them. Allison Mullins is one.
So so just to be clear, you wanna give money to who we don't know, but we can't give money to who we do know.
We know them, they're appointed, Josh, they're in your book.
Josh, do you think they can cash their check if we write it to them?
Yeah, if you write it to them, they can cash it.
Or can they cash it?
Trying to make this.
Well, if you write it to them, they can cash it in anything. If you write it to them personally.
Josh, I'm trying to make them use the process. We have a committee
Who is
set
the fire
up.
committee?
Thelmer's on the committee too. Thelmer Branham.
Ron, in fairness to Ms. Park and Ms. Davis, they don't know who's on the fire committee probably.
Well, it's called I thought it was a fair beauty pageant.
Can I go back and second his motion, Mr. Evans' motion?
What was it?
Mr. Sturgill, can I go back and second his motion?
He can, somebody can remake the motion and
can take a
then
second.
have it presented.
Josh, go ahead and make the motion again.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to renew my motion, please.
Okay.
Then I second his motion.
Is that the way we do it, Mr. Sturgill?
Yes, that would be fine. 'cause
We make the
there would
check
still
out
be
to
in
Whitney and
debate.
Nancy, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Is that what we're
No,
doing?
for the third or fourth time, my motion is to appropriate $2,500 pursuant to this letter from Whitney and Nancy to the Miss Dickinson County Fair Pageant Director.
Directors, I see that, yes. Okay.
That's what it says. I trust that they're organized. I trust that the fair committee isn't organized, but that's not their fault. They're trying to host a pageant, and I trust that they will do a very good job at it. That's my motion.
And I
Okay,
second your motion.
and Shelby seconded it. So now for roll call vote, Ms. Willis,
Aye.
Ms. Sluss,
Aye.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Mr. Peters.
I'm gonna say no, and it's not that I'm against them getting the money, I'm just dumbfounded that we aren't using the appointed committee that we have in our book on record.
Okay, and I also, and by
You
saying
also
that,
what?
You
aye or no?
I also,
Yes.
I voted
I'm
I
sorry.
also. But I understand Ron's point that if you gave it to the Dickinson County Fair with the footnote memo
For the
that it's for the pageant, maybe what ends up having to
But
go.
who is that person? Who is that entity?
Well, evidently the chairman's Allison now, so we need to see her and talk to her about it. Cause I have serious concerns
I have serious
that
concerns,
we have the
yes,
funds go to where they need to go.
with her.
I want to know that the fair has the grounds that day.
I guess what we probably need to do is we have voted and appropriated funds, we just need to do
Move on.
a little tracing
move
on
on.
where it's going or who's with the fair or what before we actually print.
Yeah, that was my only thing. I
Yeah.
wasn't against the
I
money,
agree.
it's just the fact
No,
that
he,
we're not following the
his
process.
motion was to send the check to them.
In care of the Dixon County.
Okay,
We
okay,
spend too much time on this.
okay.
We don't ever want.
We're moving on to public comment. And if you are listening or watching live, our phone number is 276-333-0357. And we'll open the floor for any public comment from anyone that's in the audience. I don't have the rules in front of me, but it is posted on the website that you do have 3 minutes to speak.
You mean none of you men have nothing to say? That's strange. No women here at all men. Men in the audience.
Had two in there.
We two, and they took off. We had some, they took off.
Run around my,
Huh?
nothing.
You guys have nothing to say?
I make a motion, we close public comment if no one's called in, no one here wants to speak. we need to move on.
Yep.
So I make a motion that we close it.
Okay?
Second, Madam Chair, second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. And Ms. Willis, how you vote?
I vote aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Peters?
Aye.
I also, and Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 15, I guess, or maybe even 14,
We're
don't
back to
remember the numbers
14.
now. We are down to the resolutions.
Bridge.
This one, I didn't even know anything about this one until I seen it in the book. But anyway, we have a resolution for renaming the bridge at Nora, right there next to the old Triple T, going in towards Irvington High School, that bridge, to rename it as the Bobby R. Johnson Memorial Bridge. I know that this Johnson boy, and I know almost all his family. His dad was pastor of several churches over in
Joe
the
Johnson,
McClure
isn't it?
area, Joe Johnson. And that has been a very military serving family. I think there was several of that family at one time.
Madam Chair, I had a person in my district ask me to do this, and I had never been here 14 years. I'd never had anyone to ask, and I had to call Larry. I called or talked to Will and Larry, and then I went to VDOT and looked it up how to do it. And between all of us, we have done this resolution, and those Johnson family, there's 5 of them have served in the military. They have 82 or 84 years of service in the military, and this one got killed in Vietnam.
Yes.
He served two years. And I make a motion that we send this on to VDOT. It has to go to the VDOT Board
I'll
of
second it.
Directors.
I was gonna second that because I know the family,
Oh,
and
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine,
No,
that's
I
fine, that's
apologize.
fine, no, but that's fine. And I know you do it with military
Yeah,
and
that's why
supporting the district, exactly. Okay, roll call vote, Ms. Willis, how you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
And I also, and that carries.
And I also like to thank Mr.
That's
Sturgill
fine.
for working so
There you
hard
go.
on this also.
Yeah.
And Larry. Larry
Yes,
helped me
thank
a
you all
lot.
for putting that together, and I think Reba Johnson
You're welcome.
called me about that. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
No, ma'am, I didn't have anything, thank you.
Okay. All right, moving on to number 14B, opioid settlement. I will let Mr. Barton take over on that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sturgill may be more familiar with this
okay.
than myself. Mr. Phillips put a lot of time into this when he was still with us, participating in all the phone calls and all the research and things with this. I know after he left, Mr. Sturgill's done the same thing on this, and this is a resolution. Mr. Sturgill, do you want to explain this, or would you rather?
That's perfectly fine. What you've got is a resolution in front of you that deals with approving for the allocation of the funds. And what you've got is a memorandum of understanding dealing with the settlement allocation, and that's from the Attorney General's office that signed off on, or let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. I guess they're all papers here.
While you're doing that, I am really upset over what they gave Dickinson County.
Yeah. And the memorandum of understanding is from the AG's office that was signed off by them. And this resolution here is detailing giving us the authority to be able to proceed to be able to get those funds and to recover that. To Ms. Willis's point, I certainly understand where you're coming from, considering all the problems that Dickinson County and Southwest Virginia as a whole has had. As far as how those were allocated, that was probably a little bit before my time, to where I don't know exactly how that was derived at as far as the claims. However, with that being said, our outside counsel that we've been using on this has asked us to approve this resolution, and that way we could go ahead and move forward in trying to get paid on it.
Well, this point, Texas 0.948%.
Look at Fairfax, got 8.6.
Well, they are much bigger, but they have, but then Buchanan got probably what we did.
I make a motion that we go ahead and pass this resolution
Well, what Taz-
and on this settlement, because we did file a lawsuit to get our part of it.
I'll second it.
Wilson's motion.
Wise got a bigger part than
Thank
we
you.
did.
Joe.
Okay, we have moving second. Ms. Willis, how you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss? Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Aye.
And I also.
0.25% of 5%.
Moving on to some board appointments that has in our packet to, our first one is on here is the Cumberland Plateau Planning Commission Optinet. Does anyone have a name to submit for that board placement?
Larry get in touch with you?
He did, and
I
he
think
asked
we
if
need
we
to
could
table
table
it.
that till next month.
Yeah, let's table it till next month.
Okay, because
I make a motion to
contacted
table
two
it till next
people.
month.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. We tabled it last month, didn't we?
You seconding that, Rhonda, to table it?
Yes, I am. I contacted two people, and one person wants time to consider it, so.
Okay. Ms. Willis, how you vote? To table the,
I vote aye to table it.
okay, Ms. Sluss?
We tabled it last month.
Yeah, I know what. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Okay, Mr. Peters?
Aye.
And I also, so we have tabled that one for the second month. Now, the next one is the board appointment for the Cumberland, the Public Service Authority. Is that your district placement, Josh?
I believe it is.
He told me it was.
I believe it is, Mr.
It's a Willis appointment.
Okay. What, do you have a motion for that?
Madam Chair, I would place the name of Gary Harlan, the name for consideration for the board to appoint for the Willis District Representative.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a moving second to put before the board Gary Harless. Roll call vote, Ms. Willis?
I have to vote no. We had to remove him from a board while I've served on this board for something illegal, so I would have to vote no.
Okay, Rhonda, Ms. Sluss?
I don't like it. I don't like what she just said.
Yeah.
But
How many years ago was that?
I think how many years ago was that, Shelley? Has he repented of it?
I have no idea.
Well, you know, he might have made a mistake, but, I believe he's, I think Josh has the right to appoint who he would like to see on it. And I'm gonna vote yes.
Okay. And Mr. Evans, how you vote?
Of course, yes, of course.
Okay, Mr. Peters?
I know, I've heard of what Shelby's saying, but this is Josh's appointment. I'll say yes.
And I also.
Yeah.
Okay, number C, the Planning Commission. This is for the expired term of Mr. Compton, which I'm assuming is my Irvington district. I have talked with him, and he is willing to serve another term.
It's not a district.
So I will make the motion to place his name before vote.
Is that a district appointment, Peggy?
We think it is, yeah.
I didn't think it was.
Well, I'll vote to appoint Alan Compton back on the planning commission.
I'll second it.
Okay. I made the motion, could I make the motion?
Oh, no, yeah.
No, you can't make a
can.
motion,
Okay.
Chairman.
Yeah, so if you made the motion,
And Rhonda seconded it.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
made
I'm
the
out of
motion.
order.
Chairmans
Okay.
don't make motions.
Roll call vote, Ms. Willis, how do you
Peggy.
vote?
I don't know who, she can't make the motion, but I made the motion.
Oh,
Then-
I'm sorry.
Then.
All right, let me back up.
Ron, you seconded it, didn't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were doing, and that's why I was.
Okay, all right. So Rhonda made the motion and Ron has seconded to leave Alan Compton as the planning commission appointee, and Ms. Sluss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Willis?
Shelby vote?
Yes, I went back. Ms. Willis, how you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. Evans, how you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes,
And I also.
and I think you could make the motion, so.
Oh, that's okay.
Because it's your point.
Well, I never
I
thought.
think the chairman can make motions. You know.
Okay, we are down to item number 17, the Cumberland Industrial Facility Authority. And who needs the floor to discuss that? Mr.
I
Barton?
can, or you can,
Okay.
either one, so, okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we have to consider this evening, the Cumberland Industrial Facilities Authority, known as CIFA, it's similar to the RIFA that we also participate in with the Lena-Wisco District. The CIFA right now consists of Russell County, Buchanan County, and Tazewell County, the Cumberland Plateau counties, of course, which we fall into. And we currently do not participate with them in their Regional Industrial Facilities Authority. What they focus on is kind of like the RIFA with Lonesome Pine that we're in, is just regional projects and trying to do things regionally. You know, right now they're working like with Project Jonah and with the hemp farms, a couple of the projects that they've had going on lately. But what brought this all about is we were contacted a week before last, I guess, and Peggy and I attended a meeting in Cedar Bluff at Delegate Moorfield's office. In attendance were the Russell County Administrator, along with 2 Russell County Board of Supervisors members, a Tazewell County Board of Supervisor member, just 1, and then Delegate Moorfield. And what they're asking is that we consider joining with them in this. It would be, again, to promote regional projects. We would have to agree to join. They would have to go in, we attach their bylaws. They would have to go in and amend their bylaws for us to join. That's the part we have to consider tonight, but their long-term plans, which would be later on, they're wanting to look at hiring an industrial development person to come in and work for all 4 counties. Is the ultimate end goal of this, is a regional industrial development director on that. Right now, they're just asking us to join, and so Peggy, you may have something to add from our meeting a couple weeks ago.
CIFA, is that what you call it?
CIFA is what they.
What counties are in it?
Right now, it's Tazewell, Buchanan, and Russell, the Cumberland Plateau counties, except us, of course.
So you need a motion for us to appoint people.
Yes, we would have to right now to vote to join this, and in doing so by joining it, thank you, Mr. Peters. This works differently than some of the others because even though, you know, myself or Mitzi may attend, the members are actually Board of Supervisors members. 2 members from the Board of Supervisors is who would make up this.
Well, what was your feeling on,
But you gotta pay $30,000 to join, correct?
Not to join, that would be if we were to hire the, or if they
And
were to
that
hire.
may change, the price on
director.
that may change.
That may
It
change.
does
Right now, we would
till
just be joining, not making any commitment for any funding. The only dollars
We would have to
spend-
vote on that here too.
Yeah. that
So
has to
are
be
we
done.
voting to join or are we voting to appoint?
Well, we would join / appoint.
Yeah.
Well, I make a motion that we join and I appoint Mr. Ron Peters first because he's very familiar with Cumberland Plateau and it's gonna work on the same basis. And Ron and I have stood up for Dickinson County and Cumberland Plateau. We've taken black eyes over it, but we've stood up. So I'd
Who'd be
like to nominate
I'll second
Mr.
it.
Peters to serve on it.
We need a second member as well.
Do you second it with the second member's name?
Oh, do I do that?
We'll need two members.
Well,
to
or do
serve.
I do that as a separate motion?
It could be a separate motion if you wish, so.
Well, I mean, if I can do it now, I'll make the motion, we appoint Shelby.
I think we could just amend if Shelby would
I
agree to
think-
amend her motion.
I would like for Ron and I both to serve on it because we're very familiar with how it works and we know how to stand up for Dickinson, and I'll make my motion that Ron and I serve on it. Cause we
And I'll
serve on
second
Cumberland Plateau and it's basically the
And
same
it's hand in
thing.
hand, like Shelby said, it's gonna be hand
So
in
you-
hand.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Madam Chair, I make a substitute motion, please.
okay.
I make a motion that we adjourn the Cumberland Industrial Facilities Authority, and I make a motion to appoint Peggy Kaiser and Rhonda Slutz, to that committee. That'd be my substitute motion.
Can you second? I'm gonna say it myself. I think we need some new blood in there, and I think they've done a good job. I think y'all done a good job. But I'm gonna second it. If I can.
You can, and the substitute motion would be voted on first.
Yeah, we.
Well, it's not that I don't want to serve. It's not, and I just wonder how much knowledge I might have on it or with other boards that I'm already on, but I'll do the pleasure of the board. You know, that's,
And if I'm, okay.
So we gotta vote, don't we?
We do have to vote, but can I make a comment, Madam Chair, first? 'Cause I think we may have to amend the
Yes.
motion because at the same time adjoining here in Article 3, Section 1, one member has to be appointed for a 2-year term. They're staggered
So me as
terms.
a 2-year term then.
One initial board member from each participating county shall have an initial term of only 2 years and shall be designated by the resolution of the governing body appointing such members. So that has to be part of our resolution. And because the terms are 4-year terms, so one would be a 2-year term, one would be a 4-year term.
Madam Chair, I would amend my substitute motion to say that Ms. Slutz would be granted the 4-year term and that you would be granted the 2-year term if it were to pass. And then the same parameters that we join the authority and with those term limits on each of the individual appointments.
Shelby?
Now, does these term limits end if you're no longer the board member because on Cumberland
They'll end.
Plateau it does?
They'll end if you're no longer on the board of supervisors.
Even though you serve a 4-year term, you'll end if you're
Yes.
not on the board.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do we need to amend ours then? The motion that was previous?
I think if this one fails, then you'll have to back up
Okay,
and amend
gotcha.
yours.
That's correct.
So it's time to vote on the
On the
substitute.
substitute motion first.
okay. We need roll call vote on the substitute motion that Josh made and Rhonda seconded, that we join the Cumberland Industrial Facility Authority with me as a 2-year appointee and Rhonda as a 4-year appointee. Ms. Willis, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Ms. Sluss, how do you
I
vote?
vote yes.
And Mr. Peters, how do you vote?
No.
And Mr. Evans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Oh, why do I have to be the tiebreaker? I will vote aye, but if I feel that I'm not there, I will come back and tell you all. So that is 3 ayes and 2 noes on that. So the first motion, with that passing, the first motion or no other motion comes out, right?
Yeah, it's over.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item number 18, the emergency operation plan.
17,
17.
but that don't matter.
Oh, yeah, it probably is still 17 after we had one to drop out, you're right. Mr. Barton, do you,
I can, or Mr. Peters as director, would you want
oh,
to
yes.
chair on this?
This has to be turned in, and it's, what they did differently, this used to be a big binder full of different things, and they've condensed it now down quite a bit just to cover what they have to. Richie worked hard on this, and I have a few things that I told him we'll need to look at doing in the future, but, I look at it, it's good. We need to press forward.
Okay, the only thing, when I was reading this on page 36, I believe it was this one. The number 3, in all y'all's packets, if you'll go back and look at, it's the item number 17 in your packet, and it's page
Yeah.
36 in it. Those 3 names that's listed as law enforcement, is the number 3 person still employed?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that was my question, I didn't know if he was still employed. Okay, that's it.
On leave, has he come back to work yet?
No, I don't think so.
So, you recommend that we?
Yeah, we approve it. I'll make the motion. Well,
I'll
I don't know if
second
I can make the motion because it's,
I'll make a
I'm
motion
sorry.
to
You can
approve
make the motion.
emergency operations plan.
Because you don't do any of the,
yeah.
yeah, you can.
So.
I'll second it.
A motion, I'll second.
Shelby seconded.
Okay,
Whoever.
and we have a moving second and roll call vote. Miss Willis, how do you vote? And Miss Sluss? Mr. Evans? Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I also. Okay, moving on to item 18, the Dickinson County drug policy. Are you familiar with
Yes.
that one?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, under item 18, we have a revised Dickinson County drug and alcohol testing policy. The changes in this have been made in red in this. That way it makes it a little easier to review. As you can tell, in going through this, really the only change that's been made, our existing policy basically stated, the presence of illegal drugs, prescription drugs, for which the employee does not have a valid prescription or have an alcohol concentration of 0.02 or greater. And with the July 1st bill that changed, making marijuana legal, then therefore that would not be included in our policy. So we just went back in all those places and added marijuana to that. Because behind the policy, we sent a frequently asked questions from VACOR, and VACOR still, if we had an employee had an accident or anything and they did have a detectable amount of marijuana in their system, then basically that would go back on us. It wouldn't be covered on that. So we did amend that for now. We're thinking that there's going to be further guidance come out on this from the state level as far as with their policy and things. So we may have to make a change to it later on once more guidance is out there. But for now, we're just adding marijuana in there because the marijuana testing, it can be present in your system for up to 30 days. So you wouldn't have a way to determine if someone had used marijuana over the weekend or on their days off or while they were on the job, and if an accident occurred or anything, then, for our protection, that's why we were looking at changing that.
Okay. And in reading this on page 2, down next to the bottom of the first bullet, I believe "her" has been left out, where it says greater in his or system. Right there.
His or her, okay, we'll get that changed.
Because
This is approved.
shouldn't that say his
It should
or
say his or
her
her in that.
system? Okay.
Yep.
And that's the only that's the only thing that I caught when I was reading that.
Thank you for catching that. So
Everything else says his and hers all the way through it.
that one somehow got missed. So.
And from my standpoint, I've looked at the policy. I think it's very comprehensive. I think it's exactly what you all need at the current time. I do think that at some point that, there may be guidance that comes down from the state, but at the same time, I think that it needs to be worded exactly the way it is. And that way, if there is some sort of impairment that's later from an accident or we're dealing with from a workers' compensation claim, then we've clearly got that documented and that able to show how those test results were. So I think it also helps protect us as an entity as well as our employees and setting that expectations for our employees as well.
I make a motion
Thank you,
that
Mr.
we
Treasurer.
pass the Dixon County drug policy.
Second. I will second that. Okay, moving second to accept the Dickinson County drug policy. Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Ms. Willis? Mr. Evans?
Yes.
And Mr. Peters?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, we are down to item 19, Cumberland Pine Mountain Trail Riders.
Madam Chair, I had this be placed on the agenda. I was approached by the Trail Riders organization, and as you know, the horse ring is directly adjacent to the soccer field property. The leaders in their program have a lot of plans and ambitions for that property. As you know, parking for the horse shows is terrible. But as you also know, the horse shows are a big deal in Dickinson County. The Trail Riders organization so much for the community as well. They really want to expand that area. And I think this would be the first step is allowing them to have access to it and sublease this property to them. I think they provided all the necessary information to our county attorney. It's been shipped out. We have the ready. So I would make a motion with the lease with the Cumberland Pine Mountain.
What about the soccer thing going on? What's
Yeah,
that?
that's what we need to
Yes.
settle. Josh, this is Ron, I would think we should first resolve this soccer thing, because that's one of our youth, programs. And I know that they were supposed to be out of there, but I think that it can wait, and we can revisit this later, and once we clarify.
I think Mr. Martin has something to say.
I shared an email with the board earlier today because I was contacted by the Youth Soccer League and with some concern wanting to renew their lease, which, our clerk pulled the lease. It wasn't renewed last fall, a year ago, I think. And she indicated that they were interested in this property behind the IDA, and they are working with Mr. Mullins on executing a lease with that, but there's a couple items that he was needing that they were still working on. One was just their incorporation to the SEC. She said she had a couple more signatures to get on that. And the other was the insurance policy. I reached out to Mr. Mullins to see, what else he was needing or where the process was on that. He indicated to me that basically he just had to have a legal entity to write the lease to and a liability insurance policy to cover the IDA as an additionally insured. And Mr. Sturgill can correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the same items that we would need to execute a lease with them as well.
Correct.
On that, so it's really no difference. In order for us to execute a lease, we have to have a legal name to do that in, and we have to have that liability insurance policy as well. In the past, they have not been incorporated or deemed as a nonprofit, and she's just trying to get the incorporation. And I told her we would provide any assistance in getting that, or I would provide any assistance in getting that done, because the SEC filing can be just an online filing. They can get that
Pretty quick.
She
within a
said they
day,
have their
basically.
own liability insurance, didn't she say?
She
so?
did. They do have their liability insurance, and how that works, she says they wait till they do their sign-ups and collect the money for the sign-ups for the kids, and that's how they use that money to buy
So you don't see a
to pay
problem
the
with,
premium each year.
let the Cumberland Plateau have the that
Well, I'm just saying, I think it's going to be the same for us or the IDA as far as
Or
what
should
we
we
need to
put it
execute that
off?
lease. We have to have a
Do
legal
you
entity
think
for
that we
them.
might should table this until next month and see what the soccer league actually does? Because we wouldn't want to take it away
That's kind of
from
what I'm
them.
saying.
Right. It's whatever the pleasure of the board is.
They don't have the lease. They don't have the lease now. The same information the IDA needs is what we would need to give them the lease. So why would we table it?
Well,
They don't
they've
have
been in there the whole time.
I thought
So
the
there
soccer had a
wasn't
lease
none
They
on
don't
it.
have the lease.
They didn't have a
Okay.
legal entity.
They didn't renew their lease.
Okay, all right.
They weren't actually
But
organized.
we're What
I
we're
didn't know they
talking
didn't
about is a
renew it.
youth program we're kicking to the curb possibly versus a private
No, you're not
organization.
kicking it to the curb. They said they would rather be behind the IDA building. That's what they said.
I know that, but
That's what they said.
something's happened with that, hasn't it?
Well, they just need to get some
They
paperwork.
just
Yeah,
ain't
to
got
get
the
their paperwork
paperwork for
together.
the IDA to lease it
Hopefully
to
they'll
them.
get
Right.
it in.
And
And I don't
they-
see no
and-
But
problem.
we would have to have the same paperwork to renew the lease.
We've been
You're not
redoing it
kicking
every
anything to
year.
the
Been
curb,
doing
Ron.
it, but that's
I
what
understand what
organized.
you're saying, Josh. It's just, it's been a standard lease and we were moving it because we thought we had it moved. Now we've run into
Well, that,
complications.
she should have been more
We
proactive.
moved it because that's where they wanted to move to.
I know, I
That's where they
understand.
wanted to be.
And I think if I'm kind of reading between the lines, talking to Mr. Mullins and talking with Ms. Davis on that, they have like a tax ID number from the Internal Revenue Service, and that's what they've used. They have a name and the tax ID, but they never officially organized to the Virginia State Corporation Commission. That's kind of the missing piece that they didn't do.
How long
They
would it
have
take them to
the
do
EIN.
that?
It's an online filing you can do and get it in
Well-
a day.
Okay, I make a motion that we let Cameron Pine
It'll
Mountain.
be done in days.
Okay,
It's
I think
electronic
Josh is
filing.
trying to say something. What was you saying, Josh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what the soccer league needs to do is just come spend 10 minutes with Larry, get them literally everything they need, and they'll be in the place that they asked us to be.
And I'm good with it now, Josh. I'm good with it. As long as we, because I didn't want to have them out.
Well, I make a
We're not
motion.
kicking any youth
Josh is
program.
already.
I understand.
He already made the motion. I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion made by Josh Evans and Rhonda has seconded to allow the Cumberland Pine Mountain Trail Riders have that property out there, to lease that property that everybody had always
I
known
thought
as a
that brought
soccer
it to the
field.
core, really.
And,
It does.
What?
Wouldn't he have to do something with the core?
and Miss
We lease it.
Willis, how do you vote?
I don't know. I pass right now.
I vote yes.
Mr. Evans?
If I can, Madam Chair, I vote yes, but I'd like to say that Ms. Davis came, if everybody will remember, came to our meeting about a year ago and asked for a better place for a field. And we suggested, and we all come to the conclusion, behind this big field, right behind where you all are sitting, that's where they wanted to be.
That's right.
I agree with you, Josh. She did. She did.
She just needed to get her paperwork in order, and what you said, it would take 10 minutes, so Miss
We're
Davis
good
needs to
after
get
that.
on the ball.
Larry told me he would do it for them, so he's gonna do it for them. So we're allowing the trail riders to expand, and we're giving the soccer league what they wanna be, so I
That's
really
right.
can't figure out what's going to.
Hey, I'll say yes, so it's done,
It's
okay?
done,
All
yes.
right, Mr. Peters, how do you vote?
She
Yes.
said yes.
And I vote, I also, and Miss Willis, how did you vote?
I'll vote aye.
Okay. We are down to,
That's what I think.
are you okay, Josh?
I think I'd rather be back here or sat down there at Pound River.
You
I didn't
ain't,
want to take it away from the soccer if they still needed it.
Okay, we are down to item number 20, other business. And, we will let Mr.
20A.
Mr. Martin take over, and Josh, I will text you this.
Okay. Item 20A, thank you, Madam Chair. 20A
Does he
was
have
on
a
the
copy
agenda
of this?
addendum.
Oh, okay.
I make a motion that we pay our legal bill.
Yes, thank you,
I'll
Madam.
second it.
Thank you.
There ain't no sense of dragging on all night.
Call with 4 other people.
There's a motion and a second.
Okay, we have,
Ain't no
let's
use
see.
dragging a meeting today.
Okay, we have a moving second to pay the legal fees that we have. Miss Willis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Miss Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Evans, you want to pay the bills?
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I also, okay, I caught you, Josh, saying aye. Did you catch that, Teresa? Okay. The second one is the Starlink.
Yes, 20B, thank you, Madam Chair. On Starlink, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, if you don't care to pass each one of them down, Mitzi and I met today with Jack Kennedy and Donald Purdy, and we do have the opportunity for 2 more potential sales in Dickinson County, plus 20 more accounts on the sales. So this is a map, and of course, we can't share this. They shared this with us, but I brought it to y'all for the meeting here. Thank you. They, right now, we're doing sale 262 is what we've committed to at this point. And, we voted last month to do that. We also have sale 263 at the bottom that we can get 20 additional sightings in, 263 right now. But there's also potential of 2 additional full sales of 60 accounts. And with this, things are moving pretty quickly. They have a meeting this Friday, and we'll find out because the Federal Communications Commission has an emergency connectivity fund program, as I mentioned when we were talking earlier, that if Starlink is eligible, which we're hoping that it will be, they're going to give an answer Friday, then the school could apply for this funding, and it would fund the cost of equipment and 1 year service for that. They have what's that, like $7 billion. It's a huge amount that they have set aside for this. So that $7.17 billion of funding potentially for this. Now at the same time, People Inc. They've been working with them, and they said that they will help fund service for eligible residents who are less than 200% of the poverty level, which for a family of 4 would be $52,400. And so a lot of our people, I think, would qualify for that very easily. DSS has a program that they're working on. The General Assembly is anticipated to put $500,000 more into the already $200,000 that they funded for that. Basically, anyone who qualifies for SNAP would automatically qualify for that benefit. That would help pay for their service as well on that. And so we have People Inc., DSS. They're reaching out to some more potential funding sources. They're looking at something through VDOE as a potential. They said right now, if we wanted to go these 2 additional sales, we would have to have a commitment probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks on that, because this is moving quickly, and these are called angel accounts, and Starlink is going to be doing away with them and going to open registrations as they get more coverage and things. So that's why kind of the sense of urgency why they come over today.
This is what I was talking about.
Well, what about,
And of course, the cost is $200,000 per sale. That covers the cost of hardware and 2 years service.
Now, if we do the one cell, it'll be less, because we're only getting 20.
Right, it would be. So it'd be
It'd be a third of
a
that.
third of that.
I'm a little
So,
confused. We voted
66.
on for 60 people for one
right,
pod.
we did that last month,
Right,
and so,
that is for 262.
and that's for 262 on this
Now,
map that I handed
now
out.
we can do what now?
We can do 2
Yeah,
more
that we can do
full
60.
pods
And that's
of
60,
60
that's 120?
each, 120. Plus, we can get 20 out of that 263 at the bottom, because it's going into Wise and Russell County, and they're kind of doing thirds on that. Russell has dropped out now, and Wise wants their part because they have a lot of students in St. Paul and even some students that are in Russell County. That
Oh, so
Wise County
Russell
wants
is
to
not-
get. Russell has dropped out, and so Wise is taking their 20. Wise is doing their 20 plus Russell's 20.
So
We
what
still
would
have 20 eligible that we
where
can
And we
get.
get.
What I'm wondering about, like you and I discussed on the phone today, is the school providing you with names?
I have a meeting with Mrs. Robinson and Mr. Wallace on Thursday, I think it is this week, and we're going to be talking about the names. They know the students. They've identified the students throughout the whole county that do not have any internet service nor have access to service, because in order to qualify for Starlink through this program, if they could get Comcast, then we want to try to get somebody that can't get anything. Like if a student could get Comcast, then Comcast has a plan they could sign up for $10 a month and get that, and they could get assistance through one of these programs to pay their bill on that. So we're trying to focus on students that have access to nothing. There's nothing available to them, no Comcast, Scott County, Verizon, Hillcom, and that's the ones we're trying to focus on that can't be reached by any other means as a first priority. And so Cassie with mapping, she has provided us out of cell 262 a list of all these addresses within 262 so that they can cross-reference back to the school's addresses on these to make sure that they're in that first cell. And that's what we were meeting on this week to talk about, was that 262 cell and trying to identify, how many potential homes we have in there and trying to narrow down those addresses. Because those are gonna be coming online in September, so that one's already moving quickly, and y'all have already approved the money, and we actually wrote the check this
So
week on that.
256 is coming online with the point broadband, right?
Well, 256 will, but again, we're still gonna try to focus on addresses in those that wouldn't be getting service anywhere else. Some
Can
of
I
the,
text Josh a copy of this or not?
yes, I think I did already.
So is,
Did you?
is 256 include the,
I
Skeet
did. Would you
Rock.
care to go ahead and do it?
Skeet Rock and?
Yes, 256 would have Skeet Rock in that area,
Well, we don't have anything for.
in the
did
Haysi
we
area.
Appropriate something for 256?
Well, that's something that, that we need to decide probably tonight, and we'll have to come back as special if we want to do
Is that
that.
Well, I
Mullins
think
Ridge
we-
there too?
But that's kind of what I was getting at earlier with the school. We need to look at that, cause
Look
the
at how
other
we're gonna
question
fund it.
mark is, Recovery Act can cover some of this, but it,
But not the
not the
Not the
service.
service, right.
And that's the thing. We need to,
and that's why I've been trying to look at all these other potentials that
Yes.
we could get.
and that's why, and I kind of relayed, it may not even be that much out of that school money, because we've got to decide how much is there gonna be any skin in the game from the people.
We still gotta narrow, decide.
And
that.
there's other programs we can look into that he just talked about that might cover some of those. And we may need more than, well, we can't go any more than 60 people in those areas, those pods. So, we wanna make
Well,
sure it
there's
gets,
people in there that don't have kids that want internet too.
well, I
this is only the
understand,
school
but
kids right now.
our
But I
focus
know
needs to
our
be the
focus is on the
students.
school kids.
That's why
So what do you need to know, Larry?
We need a commitment if this is something that we want to go with, and then we got to determine how we're going to fund it. So, if we do want to move forward with this, I think we can make the commitment tonight to that, contingent upon us securing funding through some of
Yeah.
these sources.
Sure,
That was
do
kinda
you
why-
do you do that, or who does that?
It'll be working in conjunction with Jack Kennedy and Donald Purdy.
But you will be working with them?
Yes, I'll be
So,
working directly
yeah,
with him on
okay,
that.
all right.
You better find the money.
Do you need to take these back
We'll find
up,
the money.
or,
It's
Now y'all
wrong.
can keep them, we just can't share them, so.
okay,
You can't tell nothing about them, I mean, you don't know.
I can.
Well, yeah, you can see the dots, but you don't know.
It's a lot better than what I gave y'all before, because we tried to draw something out before,
Well,
and it's a
no,
lot
I
easier
went
to
through and
read.
figured all those out.
It's hard.
I don't see
You
how
already
you
worked
can't
on
pull
that
it up, you can't really see what the road numbers are.
If you get your 911 map, you can do it exactly where
256
it's
is,
at.
actually, there's more, it shows in
But-
262, there's more kids going to
But-
school in 262.
Yeah, 256 is the biggest area. It's not gonna probably cover all the children there.
No,
So it would
60,
be
there'll be more than
important for us to
60.
determine which children really are in need. And
I think that's the
focus
key.
on that
Or
first.
don't have any.
And don't have other internet.
Yeah,
That has to
or
be the
other
criteria.
access.
We're
It's like
trying
Larry
to
and I talked today, that we need to put some, but something needs, I saw
Well,
on
we're
the
gonna have to at
Facebook
the
where that
end, I
Wise
think.
County had a thing you would text, you'd sign on to see if you needed internet. Now, I know everybody don't have Facebook and don't have
Right.
internet, you can't do that.
And I think we'll have to get creative once we get to that.
At
Yeah,
the
but
That's
that's
same
something we
time-
need to do.
And we will, we'll be doing
At the
that.
same time, we gotta find out where Point Broadband
That's
is
true.
and where they're going next. And we've been asking. But the thing is, Hillcom, all these are services,
Is
Scott
that something we
County.
should talk about tonight? Didn't Hillcom bring up, I
We've
mentioned
got
that to
something
you.
on closed session.
We'll need a
We
combination of
closed
them.
session? Okay, all right.
But what I was trying to do earlier was come up with the money to fund this.
Yeah.
Because this is directly for students.
Looks like he's got some
It's all it's gonna be
sources
eligible
here
to
for
students that
funding.
don't have any
People
coverage.
Incorporated.
Mr. Barton, do we have to vote on anything for Starlink, or how are we going to?
It would be good if we could vote on it and make a commitment contingent on funding that we could,
Yeah.
that we could
I'll make a
fund it.
motion, we approve it contingent on funding.
I second that motion. We need to move on.
And Mr. Peters, if I could ask, clarify on that, is that gonna be doing 2 complete sales of 60 and the 1 sale of 20? Would that be,
What's the,
because we're already doing 60s, so it'd be 2 more 60s and then 120? 1 sale of 20 and 2 sales of 60? Is that what your motion would be?
well, we can only do two, right?
We do the 2 for 60, and then we can still get 20 in this 263 down here that we've not decided to do.
But we could get 60 in the other one.
We get 60, 60, and then 20. We can do 2 plus the 20, actually. So we could do 140.
And this is
Yeah,
above what we already did.
Yeah.
Oh, then that's my motion.
Okay, so for 140, up to
So we're gonna
140.
do,
No, what's the
yeah.
motion?
Okay.
The
Yeah.
motion is we're going to approve the contingency, wasn't it, Ron? Ron, your motion.
We're gonna do like,
Contingency.
we're gonna do 256, 263, and 257, right?
Correct.
That's my motion.
Contingency
On funding.
On
Contingent on funding.
and I second his motion.
You're gonna do 263, 256, and what?
257.
All three of them.
257, okay.
That'll cover the whole county, basically, then.
Okay, moving second. Ms. Willis, how you vote?
I vote aye.
Ms. Sluss? Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Aye.
And I also.
And I'll keep everyone updated, especially, Thursday, Friday, as we learn more and going into next week. So I'll keep everybody updated on the funding and on these other sources, so.
Okay. Okay, our next item is going into closed session. I need a move and second to go into closed session. And do I need to read this here, or does the person who's making the motion read it?
I'll read it. I'll make a motion pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, Section 2.2-3711A1, Personnel, Solid Waste General Register. And then,
Sheriff and all
the
departments.
sheriff and the, all departments.
And
And then
economic
section 2.2-3711A5, Economic Development, IDA update, and economic prospect.
Yes.
Correct. I
Thank you.
second that motion.
Okay, Ms. Willis?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And I also. So we are now in closed session, and I will say before we go start, we could probably have bathroom break real fast.
How are we gonna do where we
Make a motion that we come out of closed session and certify that only those things pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, Section 2.2-3711A1, Personnel, Solid Waste, General Register, Sheriff, and all departments, and Section 2.2-3711A5, Economic Development, IDA update number 1, and Economic Prospect number 2. That's all we talked about.
I second your motion.
Okay, and I guess for the record, we need to mention that Rhonda has left the meeting for the rest of the night, and Josh lost us with his connection during closed session, and he is not coming back on. So, I guess we just mark those two out or
She
whatever.
does what-
And that, so whatever you have to do on that, but that's for your note on them. Roll call vote. Shelby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ron, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I also. And number 23, matters discussed in closed session. Do we have anything coming out of closed session we need to bring forth?
Yes, we do.
You wanna make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the IDA request for Spearhead Trails, the $150,000 that we are gonna do to expand the
Of our
shooting
Vacita
complex.
funds. For the Vacita application.
With that, the
For the
Vacita
Vacita.
application, we're
Yep.
supporting that, the
Yep.
request that.
I second the motion.
Okay, moving second to, for the Spearhead Fund application from Vacita. Shelby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
And I also. Any other motions?
You want me to make the other one? I make a motion to give all of our part-time, I think this was something that we neglected by not distinguishing them out. We said all employees, but a motion to give our part-time employees the 5% raise effective back to July 1st.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call vote. Shelby, how do you
Aye.
vote? Ron?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, number 24 was moved up. We don't have anything there. Number-
We have one more motion.
Oh, excuse me.
We
Sorry.
need to make a motion to allow Kayla to bring her replacement back effective September the 1st.
I'll second it. And, oh, and,
And the payout.
Say September the first.
oh, yeah.
And
The,
what?
the payout,
And to pay Kayla out her
Her accrued
vacation
time.
and leave days.
Comp time.
and
yes.
hire as part-time.
And she can bring her replacement back September 1st.
Yes.
And do the payout for Kayla. It wasn't that much.
Are you
Correct.
good with that, Teresa? Cause I know it was
Is her
confusing.
replacement part-time employee or?
No, she's come back full-time
Full-time.
September 1st.
But we're also.
She wasn't supposed to come back
Be a
till
part-time
November, but
replacing
they,
her,
because of the
replacing-
election, they need
We
her
need to
vice.
make a motion on that one. Okay, okay. I'll second your motion, Shelby.
Is that okay? We don't have to mention how much she gets paid, do we? No, okay.
Okay. Shelby, your vote?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
And I also. Now, is that the three
Yes.
that we had discussed? Okay. Number 25, budget appropriation schedule for fiscal year 21-22.
Yes.
You got
Thank you
info
for
on
that.
that?
I forgot about that. We have that at the main end here, so.
25, yeah.
So what we're doing on this, Madam Chair, is we're requesting to follow the same schedule that we have in the past. We do monthly appropriations to the school board and quarterly appropriations to like our fire, rescue, and other departments as such.
I make a motion that we follow the procedures that we have currently been using.
Yes.
Can I
I'll
second?
it.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
second.
All right. And Shelby, how you vote?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, number 26, supervisors' comments. Any of you all have anything you'd like to comment on?
I'm good.
Shelby, any comments for you?
No, I'm good. I didn't I don't wanna be negative voting for any, appointment that each person makes, but I felt led to do that. I mean, I may have made a mistake, but anyway, I felt led to vote no on that appointment because I had been here previously when something had come up, so. I have nothing against the person, and I'll look forward to working with him on PSA.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Did we vote on that one? Roll call vote on that one?
No, we don't vote.
Well,
don't
y'all
vote.
are just
You
all
just
here,
moved in
so,
second.
and you're all here present, so.
Okay.
Aye.
All
Aye.
right. And
Peggy, you
I'm,
done a good job.